if you need it immediately and want to combo it with AC.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
No payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. It could only be Legacy Heating and Cooling.
A claims program for harmed Canadians has begun as a result of a landmark tobacco settlement. If you smoked regularly before November 20th, 1998, and were diagnosed with lung cancer, throat cancer, emphysema, or COPD, you may qualify for a significant payment.
Turning the legs, hits 4-1. Still sitting on 99 points. Drop pass. And there's for McDavid and 30.
Now, decide not to use it. Curry, way down shots. Oh, what a shot from Curry! With 6/10 of a second remaining. Of all the remaining new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Saharas, the Sahara package is the best seller, so they have a great selection to choose from and priced from as low as $59.9. I don't have to tell you, these are going to go fast. So get there before
McDavid.
Hit up the see how easy it is.
For McDavid and 30 for Draisaitl.
Invest in Alberta's workforce, fill your talent pipeline, and get funding? Careers, the next generation connects employers with motivated, pre-vetted youth through funded internships. Easy, impactful, and risk-free.
Careers who have experience in that area, they can demystify and navigate all the complex steps and stakeholders that have to be involved.
Visit careersnextgen.ca today.
Are you overwhelmed by debt and getting nonstop calls from creditors? It can feel like there's no escape. Debt doesn't have to be a life sentence. A single call can turn things around. My name is Parveen Middleton. I'm a licensed insolvency trustee at BDO right here in Edmonton. I can help you become debt-free with a solution just for you. Let's put an end to those calls from creditors together. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to discover your debt-free future.
A pizza from Papa John's is already pretty great, but you know what's even better? 2 pizzas from Papa John's. For a limited time, get a medium one-topping pizza for only $6 when you order any large specialty pizza at regular menu price. Whether you're feeding your family, your team, or yourself, get your next meal from your locally owned and operated Papa John's with a $6 one-top medium when you order any large specialty at regular menu price. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Jason Gregor Show.
Waiting, circling. Gets down and out. McDavid scores. 4-1. Connor McDavid, number 35.
On Sports 1440.
the timeout. Decide not to use it. Curry, way downtown. Bang! Bang! Oh, what a shot from Curry! With 6/10 of a second remaining.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
At Byfield, the puck comes free to McDavid, still sitting on 99 points. Drop pass, Draisaitl scores. And there's 100 for McDavid and 30 for Draisaitl.
Well, positive Friday. How are you? Welcome to the Jason Gregor Show, Sports 1440, sports1440.ca, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Gregor Show, always brought to you by our title sponsor, PlayAlberta.ca, where you can get in the game. Use the promo code. We got rid of the promo code, but I keep forgetting that. But no, you can just go to the Gregor Odds Boost, Jason Gregor Show, so it's better there. You get Odds Boost, better deals. Check it out at playalberta.ca. And what a difference 24 hours makes. Yesterday, rightfully so, Oilers fans, a little frustrated. Team had blown a 4-2 lead, basically wasted 40 good minutes. But last night, the Oilers took a 2-0 lead again. Then they gave up the third, and it was 2-1. But unlike 24 hours earlier, the Oilers did not relinquish the lead in the game. They led from start to finish. Ty Emberson, the sniper. Oh, what a shot from Emberson coming down the right side. Tops top shelf, short side. It's pretty good. Pod Colson, let's be honest. If that goal goes in on an Oiler goalie, Oiler fans are freaking out. That literally went right through Darcy Kemper. Right through him. It was a brutal goal. Oiler fans know a little bit about that, but this one wasn't on your team. It was on the other one. Then former Oiler Warren Fogle scored, and you're thinking, uh-oh. But the Oilers got out of the period. And then in the second period, Andrew Mangiapane scores. McDavid scores. Hyman scores. 5-1, and it's pretty much a rout. And then Draisaitl followed by a pair of goals from Jake Wallman. Draisaitl was in on the final 4 goals of the game for the Edmonton Oilers. And he comes up with 4 points. Didn't even play 15 minutes. The Oilers were able to rotate 11 forwards. Trent Frederick played almost 16 minutes. That line was good. I know they didn't score, but that line was good again. And when I'm talking, Frederick when it was Pod Colson and Henrique, and obviously they had different combinations throughout the game. But Leon Draisaitl, the only guys who played less minutes than him, Mangiapane and Curtis Lazar. Why not rest guys? And Draisaitl, well, hey, he was still in the rotation, but because he was on for the last 4 goals, 4-point night for him, just kind of ho-hum. But to me, a few things I take away from the last 2 games. Connor, do you know, Connor Halley, that is, how much ice time, 5-on-5, did McDavid and Draisaitl play together in the last 2 games?
Minimal?
18 seconds.
It's a good number.
18. Yes. So obviously nothing happened in those 18 seconds. McDavid played 30 minutes without Draisaitl. Draisaitl played 28 minutes. Well, technically 27:54, but basically 28 minutes without McDavid. So pretty even. Then the Oiler forward group at 5-on-5 had 43 minutes without either one of them. So those two, when they're on the ice, it was 58 minutes in 2 games at 5-on-5. And without them on the ice, it was 43 minutes. Without them on the ice, the Oilers outscored the opponents 3-1. That's a big step forward. It's huge. Only on for 1 goal against in 2 games. And they score 3 times. Big positive. Big positive. You look at the Oilers scored 13 goals in the 2 games. McDavid was only in on 4 of them. He still averaged 2 points a game. Awesome. But you're getting contributions from other guys. 11 different players have scored a goal in the last 2 games for the Oilers. 11! I'd like to go through the month of January and see how many guys scored a goal in the month of January. I bet you it might be close to that. So you get a lot of players feeling a little bit better about themselves. I know Trent Frederick didn't score, but there's no way he doesn't feel better about his game right now. All right? They played really well. It's a good sign. You need it. Now, it helps when you're leading from start to finish. Make no mistake about that. That is a big boost for your team, right? The coach doesn't necessarily have to worry about a ton of things. And I very quickly, do you know what? Yeah, the Oilers had 15 guys score a goal in the month of January. 15 in 15 games. They got 11 guys already with goals out of the Olympic break. Matt Savoy, 5 points. Super small sample size, but Matt Savoy tied for the league lead in points coming out of the Olympic break. Him and Braden Point have 5. Then the Oilers have a boatload of guys, McDavid, Draisaitl, Hyman, all with 4. So you get some contributions. Matt Savoy's looked really good. Offensively, defensively, on the penalty kill, on the forecheck, stripping pucks. Really liked this game. Like a lot of guys' games. Here, outside of the third period, which was just a debacle against Anaheim, the other 100 minutes, I think you'd be pretty happy. So now you got the San Jose Sharks. We said it beforehand. The Oilers needed to win 2 or 3 games on the trip. That'd be a good trip. Well, now you go into San Jose tomorrow afternoon. I assume it's Connor Ingram. I know that he wasn't tested a ton. I don't care. Until Tristan Jarry shows you, like they'll probably split next week because they only play 2 games. They play Tuesday and Friday. But I wouldn't go back to Tristan Jarry right now. You need a win. You need a win. You want to create even more separation from teams below you in the standings. And the San Jose Sharks I know I don't think they're a playoff team. They're 8 points back of the Oilers, but they have 4 games in hand. So mathematically, if they won all 4, which I know is not going to happen, but in theory, if they did, then they're tied. So you're the Oilers say, no. Let's get on a roll here. Try to keep pace with Vegas. That's what you need to do. You get into the month of March, it's win. Get on a run here. Win multiple games in a row. None of the win 2, lose 1, win 1, lose 1. No, they got to get on a roll. So I'm going to Ingram for sure on Saturday afternoon. That is a matinee game tomorrow, remember. So plan accordingly, Oiler fans. I know there is the brunch for Ben. There's a few tickets left if you want to support the Ben Stelter Foundation. Get together with a bunch of Oiler fans. Now, this one's a family day brunch, so it's family friendly. You got some kids you want to get together, you can do it. Just go to nationgear.ca or check out the Ben Stelter Foundation webpage, and there's a few tickets left for tomorrow. Afternoon start. Remember, Oilers and Sharks get going at 2 p.m. Edmonton time. 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. You can text us. It is the Gregor Show, as always, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Tonight, Lotto Max. Holy cow, 70 million and 10 max millions. Get your tickets at PlayAlberta.ca. Coming up on the show, we got lots to discuss. Of course, we'll talk about the Oilers. Dan Ruzanowski will join us from San Jose right away. Lorianne Munzer recap the Olympics. We got Terry Koch on, because there's a few teams now that are clearly sellers. The Toronto Maple Leafs, step up. You're in the seller category. There's no debate that you're a seller. None. All you got to do is look at the stats. If the Boston Bruins, who currently hold 8th place in the East, if they go 12-10-2, which isn't a great record, it's basically win half your games, 12-10-2, then guess what? That gives them 97 points. And just for the record, right now they've won 33 out of 58. So they'd actually be at a lower pace than what they're doing right now to get to 97 points. If they do that, the Maple Leafs need to go 16-4-3. Not happening. The Florida Panthers need to go 15-5-4. 15-5-4. The Panthers have won 30 out of 58 games right now. And they got to win 15 out of 24. Mathematically possible. Realistically, I don't think so. Even the Ottawa Senators, sorry, Sens fans, but they'd have to go 15-6-3. They've currently not even won half of their games. They're 28-58. But for them to get in, they would have to go on an absolute tear and win 15 of their final 24. Again, I don't think it's realistic. So the Sens, Panthers, the Flyers too, Panthers, and Maple Leafs, teams who all made the playoffs last year, they look like they're out at this stage. I know it's not mathematical, but you just got to look at probabilities and everything else, man. Like, they got to go on such a heater. I don't think it's realistic. So Toronto should be looking at moving guys. The Florida Panthers, they don't have a ton of free agents or guys. Like, you could move, a Greer. I think that, people would have some interest in him, sure. But Evan Rodrigue, maybe. I know he's got another year left at $3 million. He's a hell of a player, but they've traded away a lot of futures, which is fine. They won 2 cups. It makes sense to do it. But I just wonder if maybe now's the time for them to recoup some draft picks. And I'm not going to trade off a lot of their guys. Like, they're gonna try to regroup. Look at Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay won 2 cups, and then lost a third one. And then Florida came in. Now they've basically replaced them in the Stanley Cup final in the East. But now Tampa's reloaded. They didn't lose a lot of their big guys. They brought in some young guys. They made some astute moves. They still got Vasilevsky, and they still got Kucherov, and they still got Point, and they still got Hedman, and Cirelli, and Hagel, and lots of other guys. That team is good. Cernak brought back McDonough. They're really good. So I would not be surprised if Florida regroups. Now, the difference in Florida is Bobrovsky's getting older, right? Like, Vasilevsky won cups. He's still in his prime. Bob is past his prime. I wonder. Now, he's got a $10 million cap hit. So even at $5 million, would a team want to take a swing at him right now? He's not playing great, but he has won 2 cups. Been in 3 finals. Pretty good goalie. Maybe they take a swing at him. So we'll see what they do. The Ottawa Senators, I think Nick Jensen's a pending UFA, right shot defenseman. Lots of teams will be looking at him. So I think he's a guy that will likely be on the move. Also today, we will have Craig Button, Mark Spector, Alan Mitchell, Livingston will be by. We got some more stats in our stats of the day. I like it. Many of you texting in on some of your numbers. So, hey, always feel free. You got any good ones? We can definitely make it up. That's great. I like it. 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. Hey, Gregor, what do you think is a realistic ceiling / comparable for Matt Savoy? Ooh. Joe Daddy, that is a good question. Huh. I'd have to give that some thought. I don't want to just throw out a name. I like my comparables. I like realistic. A lot of times people will shoot for like best case scenario, and I don't think that's realistic. I think people forget Matt Savoy was a 9th overall pick. And just because Ryan McLeod has had, more success in the NHL, well, because he had more experience in the NHL, doesn't mean that long-term Savoy might not be better. Now, Ryan McLeod's had a hell of a season. Really good year for Buffalo. It's awesome. Would he have had the same success in Edmonton behind Draisaitl McDavid? Unlikely. Unlikely. Just sometimes that trade worked out for the Sabres. It worked out personally for Ryan McLeod. And now the Oilers are starting to see some payback for them. Right? Not every trade has to be, quote, won or lost. Both sides can say, hey, we're happy with this. This is how it works for us. So I'll give that some thought. I have to look into that a little bit more. I like that question a lot. Hey, Gregor, was it because the Oilers played better or the Kings that bad? Coach Vic. Well, the Kings don't look great. I'll give you that. Darcy Kemper, oof, that Pod Colson goal, ugly. But a few things I noticed last night, and I noticed it 2 games in a row. I'm sure some of you noticed it as well. We haven't seen as many of those stretch passes that guys get it and there's no one around them. They had. I thought they had better gaps between their forwards and defense, much more supporting of the puck. I thought that allowed Edmonton to attack with speed a little bit more, which is one of their assets. The Oilers are a fast-skating team. Roslovic can fly. Savoy can fly. McDavid, enough said. Nugent-Hopkins, good skater. Draisaitl, Kapanen when he's in the lineup. Right? Trent Frederick's not a bad skater. He's not fleet of foot by any stretch, but he's not like he doesn't slog all over the ice. Right? He can skate. So I like the speed of the Oilers. And so you want to play a way that now they come back a little deeper. You come up the ice with speed. I like that way better. I felt even in the defensive zone, the forwards were supporting defense better. Edmonton didn't get locked in their D zone very often. But in the offensive zone, they'll still circle. They like to cycle and have a forward high in the middle of the ice inside the blue line. But I also noticed last 2 games, they were using a little bit more of a lower cycle and rotating down low, not always up high. So I like that. You're just a little bit better to the net. Hey, Gregor, Stan Coven's a good comparable for Savoy. I don't think so. Stan Coven, he's not like he never had the pedigree. He had one 100-point season, I think, in junior. Pretty good scorer. But I look at Matt Savoy, like Stan Coven's in what his second full NHL season and kind of 2.5 seasons. He's got 11 goals. Savoy's already got 10. And, Matt Savoy, yeah, I think Matt Savoy has better upside. I think he's a better skater than Stan Coven, for sure. So, I like to have a little bit more of an established guy to look and say, hey, this guy had a career here. But Matt Savoy, I think, has a potential to be a really good second-line player who will kill penalties. And his offensive upside, eventually there will be a spot on the first unit power play. Might not be for another year or 2, but eventually there will be. And I think that's when you could see Savoy take another step offensively. Let's take a quick break. Dan Ruzanowski will join us. Of course, Macklin Celebrini. Many of you were loving him for Team Canada. Now you'll probably be watching and saying, I don't mind Celebrini. I just don't want him to light up the Oilers, as the Oilers will look to get 2 out of 3 in California tomorrow afternoon in San Jose when we return to the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Legacy Heating and Cooling offers no payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. So, when you wake up to no heat, call Legacy. Call Legacy. If you need it immediately with no overtime rates. If you need it immediately and want. No interest for 1 year on your new furnace. It could only be Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Need a new ride for road trips, errands, or just life on the go? Go Auto offers a massive selection with over 15,000 new and used vehicles to choose from. With over 70 locations across Western Canada, finding your next ride has never been easier. Whether it's a roomy SUV for the family, a sleek car for the open road, or a rugged truck for your weekend adventures, you'll find it here at a price you'll love. Explore thousands of vehicles today at goauto.ca.
Summit Restaurant, located in the heart of the Silent Ice Center and just minutes from South Edmonton Common. Summit is your destination for exceptional house-made pizza, delicious entrees, and expertly crafted cocktails. Experience the perfect blend of flavor and ambiance in a modern setting. Join us for a straightforward yet elevated dining experience where our commitment to quality speaks to every bite and sip. Make Summit Restaurant your next night on the town.
Hey, Sports 1440 is your front row seat to the wild world of sports. Local legends, national headlines, and everything in between. Your game, your station. This is Sports 1440.
At Fountain Tire, success is a team effort. They're committed to their team members and their customers. And that means treating your vehicle like it's their own and finding solutions that suit your needs. Because whatever the road brings ahead, they're on it with you. Visit fountaintire.com today.
Who's that working on the underground utilities over there? All-Star Construction, that's who. What about the street lighting? Yep, All-Star Construction. And the directional drilling, hydrovacking, neighborhood renewal, and telecommunication work? Yep. Since 2009, All-Star Construction has been doing all that and more, shaping and building Edmonton communities for land developers all around Edmonton. That's what All-Star Construction is all about.
McValue meals are here. Get the McD's you love for $5 plus tax every day with your choice of a McDouble, junior chicken, or chicken snack wrap with small fries and small fountain drink. All for just $5 plus taxes. Canadian restaurants. Product availability varies. Prices exclude delivery.
Every goal, every Selly. The place to cheer on your favorite team is Selly's Sports Bar and Lounge. Never a bad seat in the house with all games on tons of big screens. And Selly's menu, top shelf. Plus, check out the game night food and drink features. And don't miss the excitement of Oilers watch parties all season long. Experience Selly's Sports Bar and Lounge at all 3 Century Casino locations. Edmonton, St. Albert, and Century Mile.
Every day is game day at Century Casino. The weather doesn't care about your shift or your schedule. Carhartt Rain Defender sweatshirts let you battle back against the ever-changing elements. Carhartt's durable water-repellent technology lets light rain beat up and roll right off. Layer up and stay on the job longer without getting drenched. Get your Carhartt Rain Defender sweatshirts at all 3 of our Edmonton job site workwear locations.
Job site workwear, tough different job.
Portions of this hour brought to you by 01 Hockeyology. Keep your game sharp all season long at 01. An advanced skating mill, classes to enhance shooting, stick handling, and more. Sign up today at 01.ca. That's ZERONE.ca.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
7:22 on a positive Friday. Sports 1440, sports1440.ca. Hope you are having a lovely, positive Friday. Could be even more positive for you. If you win Lotto Max tonight, $70 million and 10 Max Millions. Get your tickets at playalberta.ca. The Oilers, an afternoon affair tomorrow in San Jose as they take on Macklin Celebrini and the San Jose Sharks as we go around the NHL, brought to you by McDonald's. Frank's Red Hot. Great combination when you combine it with the McChicken, McNuggets, and more. Check it out right now. Limited time only at McDonald's. As we're going to be joined by Dan Rusanowski, the voice of the San Jose Sharks here momentarily. San Jose 8 points back of the Oilers for a playoff spot. Now, San Jose, let's be honest, I don't think they're looking at Edmonton as the team to catch. But San Jose is only 5 back of Seattle with 2 games in hand. So that's more realistic on where they're looking. So they still feel they're in it. Now, unfortunately, like the Kings, they've lost 4 in a row and are going to try to find a way to regroup against the suddenly high scoring. Well, not suddenly. The Oilers being a good scoring team, but 13 goals in 2 games, 11 different goal scorers. They'll come into San Jose with some offensive confidence as Dan Rusanowski joins us. And Dan, of course, the Sharks have had a real surprising season that people thought they'd take a little bit of a step, but obviously they took a major step, especially led by Macklin Celebrini, who continued his heroics at the Olympics with Team Canada, leading them in goals. They've been a little bit of a skid here lately, though, for the Sharks. What have been the issues lately for San Jose?
Well, a variety of different things. I think that the 4 games before the break, they were just in a very grueling schedule. They had 4 consecutive sets of back-to-back games, and there was an extra day of rest between those against some pretty tough opponents. And they got away from some of their structure. I think that happened. First game back from the Olympics, all of the hoopla surrounding the 4 guys that played in the Olympics for the Sharks, most notably Macklin Celebrini, of course. But I just think that they lost some of their structure. They had the 1-0 lead against Calgary. Flames, a hardworking team, came back and gave them what they had. Not that dissimilar to how it all ended up with Edmonton the game before the Olympics break started. So I think that's what they're looking for more of. A little bit more grit and grime, a little bit more of what Daryl Sutter used to call more steak and potatoes, and a little bit less gravy and sauce. So we'll see how it all transpires. I know it's a pretty critical homestand for the San Jose Sharks right now, and they showed some good things last night, but I think they're going to have to get it back pretty quickly here against Edmonton Saturday and against Winnipeg on Sunday, both afternoon games.
Do you get a sense that Mike Grier is kind of wait and see what his team does in the next 3-4 games before the deadline? And if they stay close to Seattle, maybe he does a small addition. And if not, maybe he considers moving out guys?
I'd say that's pretty accurate. I'd say that's conventional wisdom as to what he may or may not do. Mike is pretty close to the vest, though, and he's got a long-term plan for everything that he does. He's well thought out. And so far, he's been on the money in terms of the decisions that he's made. So there aren't too many people who are doubting what he does around here. I can tell you that.
Well, he's definitely made some moves. You look at their blue line, and man, it's you've got Dmitry Orlov, and he's got 1 year left in his deal, as does Sam Dickinson because he's in his entry-level deal, and everybody else, John Klingberg, Mario Ferraro, Timothy Liljegren, Vincent Desharnais, they're all pending UFA. So there is a real chance you could move some of them. But what about the 2 youngsters? Mark Medulin's obviously not going anywhere, I wouldn't think. Sam Dickinson. How have those young guys played?
I think they both have had their ups and their downs. For Sam Dickinson, it's just been a pretty steady stream of improvement. I think what they've tried to focus on with him is D-zone coverage, making decisions at that higher pace of the NHL level. And it's difficult at that position, Matthew Schaefer notwithstanding in the NHL these days as a teenager. So, he's going through what Zane Parekh is going through, Zeev Williams going through in that same age group in the NHL. And I think he's shown a lot of progress. Doug Huda is the guy that's in charge of dealing with the defense here. And you may remember that when the Bruins won the Stanley Cup, he was in charge of helping build Zdeno Chara into becoming an elite defenseman. And I think he's doing some of the same program here with people like Sam Dickinson. So he's made progress. Mukhamadullin is a little bit more of a mixed bag. He's had some injury problems. That really hasn't helped them. He's probably certainly bought himself another year of development time. But it's been a bit of a rough go for him lately because he hasn't had as much playing time perhaps as he would like, but yet he understands what he has to improve upon. He's long, he's a good skater, he makes usually pretty good decisions, and he's got a little bit of an offensive flair, maybe not as much as some of the other guys that we're talking about, but still he's going to have a long National Hockey League career. So whether that's in San Jose, whether that's somewhere else, I mean, I think right now Mike's not going to be moving on those young guys. I wouldn't expect him to.
No, God, I would hope not.
No,
the Sharks, they've definitely got some young guys that they're happy about for sure. Led, of course, by Celebrini. Then you got Will Smith, and they got some other guys, Michael Misa, and down the line, Colin Graff, Willie Eklund. So they like that. Tell me about Pavel Regenda, who, we played in the Olympic team, scored some goals in the Olympics, and he's kind of an unheralded guy, Dan, but obviously you watch the games and you've seen them for a long time. Is this somebody that they feel that they want to be part of the group moving forward?
I think so. I think the main thing that he showed, especially in the Olympics for Slovakia, is his ability to generate net front presence and get opportunities. And he has a hat trick for the Sharks on that basis. I think what the coaches did with him when he came back from Milan was to tell him, listen, all of the good things that we're seeing on these videotapes are the best things you provided the Sharks when you were here. He started the year, you may remember, in the American Hockey League, played great there and got recalled, and he's just earned an opportunity to play ever since. And as I said, net front, tough to play against, difficult to move, but a nice little touch when he gets the opportunities in the midst of the chaos. That's another thing that they're looking for from also Kiefer Sherwood that they just acquired from Vancouver in a kind of a similar way, maybe on a slightly higher end level. But we really like the way that Regenda has been playing. He's a really good team guy too, somebody that they like having around.
Dan Rosanowski joins us, voice of the San Jose Sharks. I've heard Jeff Merrick and a few other guys, I know that there's rumors and speculation and everything, but you look at Askarov as the goaltender, and some think that maybe they need a starter or like a 1A, and they both kind of play 40 games, to give him some more experience. Do you think that's ultimately the plan that they're looking at next year with him, or do you think he's ready to start 55 games?
Well, I would say that if you looked at him in November, you would have said yes. He tied a Sharks all-time record held by Yevgeny Nabokov for most victories by a Sharks goalie in a single month. And he certainly has been outstanding. But ever since then, he's been a little bit more average in the type of results that he's been getting. And he's working hard at it. We know that he's got a really great future ahead of him. But, you can't necessarily put the cart before the horse with goaltenders, as we all know. Everybody in Edmonton knows about getting impatient with goaltenders. So you have to make sure that you stay with it with this guy. I think that, I was reading some of what Jeff was writing about and trying to make some rumors work, or at least discuss the possibilities that could be out there. But you know what? Alex Nedeljkovic has been a really good goaltending partner for him. They get along really well. Nedeljkovic doesn't give away the net either. He's a competitive guy, and he's a good team person. But yes, the issue is the patience in this situation. You don't want to lose patience with a young, talented, top young goalie like this kid. He's got a tremendous upside, and I think that that maybe if they decide to do that next year to change things up a little bit or to add a little bit of depth, they might think about it. Don't forget, they've got Joshua Ravensburg on the way too. He's a few years away, but he's a first-round draft pick goaltender that they have really high hopes for. So again, I think patience is the word that we're going to talk about with these guys. And you know what? You're not going to find out until you put these players in that position when you have some of the pressure on you to perform. And I think this homestand certainly is going to be another step in Yaroslav Askarov's career in that regard.
Dan, lastly, the Sharks, the Ducks, we look in the Eastern Conference. There was teams, Buffalo, Detroit, they're like, okay, this is the year, Ottawa, and it took them a long, long time. The Ducks are close now, and the Sharks, I think, are getting closer. That was a pretty good rivalry for a while. Is it slowly starting to come back now that both teams kind of have the next wave of skilled guys?
There's no doubt about it. And I think that's something that's really great. All three California teams have a great rivalry. You throw Vegas into that group, of course, with the experience that the Sharks have had against the Golden Knights in the playoffs. And you've got the basis of a really strong West Coast set of rivalry. And Seattle's probably part of that too. But that only comes in the playoffs, as you know. And the Sharks have played Anaheim a couple of times in the postseason, but both teams long-term hard times trying to rebuild their clubs. I think you're right about the path that both teams are on. They're definitely on a similar path to getting.
I think we lost Dan. Froze up there. That's okay. That was the last one there. So the Sharks and the Ducks, and rivalries matter. They do. Right? Like the Kings and the Ducks, even though they're close, like they have a rivalry, but it hasn't been that intense because the Ducks just haven't been that competitive. And now it's funny. Like it's almost, they could be like two ships passing in the night. Ducks coming up, Kings going down. It was interesting reading Dennis Bernstein and a few others, man. It sounds like there's lots of things going on behind the scenes in LA between, Luc Robitaille's been there a long time, and some are wondering if that's necessarily a good thing. So that's something to watch for in LA because, man, did they get spanked last night. And it's not just last night. As mentioned, like the Kings are not on a good run right now. And they just went out and got Panarin, which will help them in the long run. I don't think it's going to help them in the future. But the Kings have lost 5 in a row. And if you look at it, in their last 4 regulation losses, they've scored a grand total of 8 goals. And they've given up 22. Like, they're not just losing. They're getting spanked. And, the head coach, lots of people feel like, he's dead coach walking. Not going to be there long term. And so you could get rid of the coach now with, what do they got, 23 games left? You could do it. Maybe you get a bump. But are the best coaching options available right now to the LA Kings? That's going to be their challenge. If you're Ken Holland, like if you did decide to make a move to the coach right now, you'd probably just bring an interim head coach just to think that maybe that will help. But ultimately, we're going to look for a better option because I don't see one there. Now, here's a good question. Hey, Mike, text in, hey, Gregor, can the Oilers gain some deadline cap space by putting Janmark on LTIR? I read some conflicting stories that they were implications with players and they wouldn't really gain anything from Mike. So, yes, Mike, here's how it works. Yes, the Oilers could gain space by putting Janmark on LTIR, but they would need to recall Josh Szymanski first. So they need to be in a situation where you get Josh Szymanski on the roster before the Oilers go into LTIR. Because if you recalled him today, he's a $975,000 cap hit. If you put Janmark on LTIR and Janmark, then you free up 1.45 in cap space. Once you're in LTIR, if you want to recall a player from the minors who has bonuses on their contract, their bonuses count towards their AAV. Even though they're not going to hit them, that's just the rule. Strange rule. I'd love to understand the reasoning behind it. But either way, Josh Szymanski, instead of being a $975,000 cap hit, would be a $1.462 million. Ike Howard would be a $1.6 million. So, they become way more expensive on your cap. So how it's going to work, I think, with Janmark is the Oilers are going to go into San Jose tomorrow. They're either going to stick with 11 forwards or maybe Kasperi Kapanen will be ready to play. And if he's not ready for that game, then they're going to hope that he'll be ready for Tuesday. Janmark can stay on the roster. Then let's say the Oilers make a deal and you make a trade. Mangiapane goes out and you bring in someone else. And in part of that trade, if you free up enough room that you can call up Szymanski, then you do that. Then afterwards, you could move. Once Szymanski's on the roster, then you could move Janmark to LTIR. And then subsequently, now you'd have an additional 1.4 in cap space that if you wanted to make another trade, you could. So that's how it would work. It's the wonderful part of the salary cap his understanding all the nuances of it, but that's essentially how it is. It's a weird, I'd love to talk to a capologist as to why they think, the rookies and their bonuses, because you got to remember, the only guys eligible for bonuses are on their entry-level deal where that's going to work, right? You're not going to have a veteran in the AHL that you would call up because they're going to be in the NHL. Right? There's very few veterans in the AHL who have bonuses in their contract because you got to be 35 plus to get one of those. So it's really only for rookies. Like, do you think teams are like, we're going to pull a fast one now and you call up this guy, now we're in LTIR? Like, I don't know. Is it that rampant of a problem? I think it probably becomes even less of a problem as the salary cap continues on because not every team is going to be right to the cap all the time. Some will, sure, but not all. Hey, Greg, do you think Seth Jarvis is a comparable for Matt Savoy? Ooh, I don't mind that. Right, Seth Jarvis, smaller guy, very skilled, very smart player, and can penalty kill, similar to Savoy, good skater. 5'10", so like not a huge guy. I'd have to go on NHL. I think Savoy's a little quicker, not a ridiculous amount. Both right shots. I don't mind that comparison, right? Like Jarvis was a 13th overall pick. Savoy's a 9th overall pick. It's pretty even. I'll tell you this. If Savoy can become a 2-time 30-goal scorer, that would be unreal for the Oilers. Well, really, and Jarvis is on pace to be a 3-time 30-goal scorer. He's got 26 goals in 50 games this year. So all he needs is 4 more goals here down the stretch. He'll probably do it. So, yeah, if he could become Jarvis, that would be a hell of a – the Oilers would be doing cartwheels. Right? So Jarvis made the Olympic team and 4 nations. So even that might be a bit high. But statures, how they play, that's good. Hey, Greggs, what's with the OEL talk? Well, I've seen his name out there. I just don't understand how it makes sense for Edmonton. Oliver Ekman-Larsson is another left-shooting defenseman. Right now, I like him, don't get me wrong. But, and yes, he can play the right side. But that doesn't, I'd rather look for a natural right shot D-man. That's all. I'm not opposed to Ekman-Larsson. I remember there was lots of people. Remember when he went to Vancouver and everyone was like, this guy's done. He's never going to be good. Oh, yeah. What happened when he went to Florida? It's pretty good. Right? So he wouldn't be my first choice. But I like his competitiveness. Like, he's got a little bite to his game. Right? You watch him. He's not afraid to get engaged. He's very protective of his teammates and the goaltender. But he's another left shot. Because so if you add him, are you going to play 5 lefties? Or I guess then you take, it wouldn't be 5, but you take Sassy out of the lineup. So you could do it. I guess if you miss on all the other ones, I could see why you get Oliver Ekman-Larsson, but I'd probably look for a natural righty first. As mentioned, Zach Whitecloud, Connor Murphy, Jonathan Kovacevic. Now, Nick Jensen, I don't know if Nick Jensen moves the puck well enough for me to be it. I think Nick Jensen's a really good 3rd-pair defenseman. I don't know if he's a 2nd-pair D-man on a cup contending team because that's what the Oilers are. So I know because we got a few texts about Nick Jensen. I'd take Zub, but I don't know if Ottawa wants to trade him, but I would definitely take Zub first. I think Nick Jensen is definitely going to be on the market. It's his final year of his deal. So they got 4 defensemen that are playing more minutes than him anyway. But I wouldn't necessarily look at Nick Jensen. Pretty, good defensively, yes. But I'm not sure he's a top 4 guy. So I'm not adding another 3rd-line defenseman. I think you got enough of those. Quick break. Lorianne Munzer will join us next. It's the Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Edmonton, did you know a local Play Alberta winner scored over $500,000 on Mega Jackpots Ocean Bells? Think about the season tickets you could lock down with that kind of cash. From major casino winners every hour to jackpots worth millions and hundreds of popular games to money that stays in the province, there's never been a better time to sign up for Play Alberta. Download the app today to get started with casino, sports, and lottery all in one app. Must be 18 plus to play. When you gamble, use your game sense.
A pizza from Papa John's is already pretty great, but you know what's even better? 2 pizzas from Papa John's. For a limited time, get a medium one-topping pizza for only $6 when you order any large specialty pizza at regular menu price. Whether you're feeding your family, your team, or yourself, get your next meal from your locally owned and operated Papa John's with a $6 one-top medium when you order any large specialty at regular menu price. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Your furnace is dead. It's time to replace it before winter crushes you. Legacy Heating and Cooling is practically there already.
Yeah, we're working in your basement. Doing a replacement. The work is so earnestly building your legacy.
With no payments and no interest for 1 year, you gotta call Legacy. Replacing your dying furnace before it's too late, that's how you build your legacy. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at edmontonexpocentre.com today.
You wanted local sports on weekends. Saturday mornings at 9, check out the Saturday Sports Setup, where we'll tee up what's happening on the weekend sports scene. Tune in Saturday morning at 9 on Sports 1440.
McValue meals are here. Get the McD's you love for $5 plus tax every day with your choice of a McDouble, junior chicken, or chicken snack wrap with small fries and small fountain drink. All for just $5 plus taxes. Canadian restaurants. Product availability varies. Prices exclude delivery.
At Hughes, it's all about getting in and out quick and clean. No cash, no problem. With Hughes' new tap and wash system, all you need is your debit or credit card to get your vehicle sparkling clean.
Find us at HughesCarWash.com.
Portions of this hour brought to you by On the Rocks. The Oilers back in action, and OTR is ready to be your hockey headquarters. $5.75 Molson Canadian, 69-cent wings, and play score and win every game. See more at ontherocks.yeg.com.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
.45. Welcome back, Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, Sports 1440, sports1440.ca. Positive Friday to you. Hope you're having a lovely day. Hey, Rich, Gregor, what about Savoy Sam Gagner? I think a lot of people, when you look at Matt Savoy, he's leading the Oilers forwards in penalty kill minutes as a rookie. He's really good defensively. He's got a great stick. Sam Gagner was never close to a penalty killer early in his career. He became one a little bit later in his career, but not early on. Sam Gagner was an offensive-minded guy, and he didn't skate like Matt Savoy. Matt Savoy is way faster. So, no, I think he's got a better all-around game than Gagner. Now, he's not as feisty as Gagner was. Remember, Gagner would get mad. Gagner dropped the mitts a few times, so Savoy doesn't necessarily have that side, but I think his other elements, he's quicker. And right now is definitely more advanced defensively at his stage of his career. Now, Sam Gagner didn't have the luxury of going to the American League and getting to play the penalty kill, right? He started in the NHL right away as an 18-year-old. And I always think at times that's, does that hinder a player by learning other elements of your game at the pro level to help you long-term? We'll never know. But I've seen lots of players who organizations, they bring them up young, and you know what? They stick around. They have solid careers. I always wonder how much of a benefit it would be to have a little bit more time seasoning in the American League for some guys. Like, unless you're an elite player, that's different. I'm talking the non-elite players. So we'll see. Now, Let's go in the mind, brought to you by Action Electrical. 53 years. Whew. It's pretty good success, man. Family-run business. Blake now runs it, took it over from his dad, and they got really great culture there. Great company to work for, actionelectrical.net. As Lori Ann Munzer, Olympic gold medalist, joins us once again. Also mental coach. Lori Ann, how you doing?
Doing awesome. Happy Friday, Jason.
Yes. So you had a chance to sit back and experience the Olympics again. What kind of stood out for you? Any athletes or individuals that really caught your eye?
I think so. It was Tuesday, last week of the games, the team pursuit, the speed skaters, and Blondin, I think she is 6'2", and the other ones maybe come up to her shoulder. So perfect draft position. Watching them just take on gold, and it was incredible. Just watching the 3,000 meters. I loved it. I was watching it live when I was talking with Carius on the Tuesday morning, and I'm like, sorry, got to interrupt the program here. We just took another gold medal. So that was pretty cool because we didn't win a lot of medals, Jason. We only took 5 golds, 7 silver, and 9 bronze. So not a whole lot. But if you think about it, with the amount of support the athletes have, well, I think we did pretty good with not a lot.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Well, there's definitely some events that they would have liked to be better in. And I've seen lots of talk about the funding. And I think you would know this firsthand as an Olympian. It matters a lot in training and nutrition and coaching and everything else that goes into it. And there hasn't been an increase. And you probably follow it a lot closer than I do. Any reason why? Because obviously I know they put in big investment in 2010, and we saw that, right? It led to way better numbers, and even in 2014. But is it just because they're not hosting it anymore? Like why has the commitment not continued to grow?
I think that's every 2-year kind of question that pops up, like winter, then summer, then winter and summer. And it's always an ongoing issue, like Jason, and you got to get people backing it. We have to get some of the corporate sponsorships when we have it on home soil. Of course, everybody jumps in on the bandwagon, but there isn't that lead up. And to be able to do this properly, I was looking at some of the figures of what the countries pour into, and like Italy poured in $640 million to $1.8 billion into their sports program. We're pouring in 147 million. You can't really compare to that. And to be able to do this, we have to look at sports as Canadians as not a hobby, because that's what it is. This is a hobby. These are people, me included, who poured their life into their sport. You do it for 4 years, 8 years, 10 years, 12 years, and so on. And there's a lot of athletes who have done 3, 4 Olympics, and kudos to them. But I think some of those athletes are in higher visibility sports. We see bobsled with Kelsey Mitchell. Did you know that a set of runners goes for about $20,000 US, and they have multiple sets, all depending on what the track is, the ice conditions. Now let's talk about the sled, $75,000 to $125,000. I was thinking a $6,000 bicycle frame was expensive, and I'm going, yeah, not compared to a sled. So each sport is a little different, and to be able to get up forefront in the public's eye, we can't do it alone. We really can't do it alone. And it's corporate funding, it's government funding, it's getting those development programs so we have a lot more people. Look at Norway with their athletic programs. Holy smokes. I mean, we should be modeling their way.
Yeah, well, they do things very different there, so we'd have to change a lot of how we do things, from funding and everything else, and not just in sports, but in their whole way of living, right?
Yes,
so
totally.
Yeah, so that I don't know if you would ever have enough people in Canada that would want to adapt to it. You at bare minimum, maybe we could look at how they invest their own money. That would be smart, because they've become pretty damn rich on their own, so that's good. But let's move ahead now. And the Olympics are done. The people who win, it's great. the ones who come close, some retire, others are like, okay, now mentally I gotta get myself set up again. What's the biggest challenge post-Olympics mentally for athletes?
The biggest challenge I've seen is, what do I do next? Or what do I do now? Am I continuing in my sport? What does that look like? How old am I? How young am I? Where do I fit into their vision? Where do I fit in with what I want to do? And where do I want to take this as maybe another 1 or 2 more Olympics? And then sometimes it's like, I got to come back into and get a job. Or I was thinking there about migrating back into society as an everyday normal person, because we're both everyday people. We're just like the listeners on the radio, support system behind the radio here. And yet we do this crazy thing called passion in sports. And our world is at an Olympic level or a professional level, Jason, it's pretty easy compared to regular life because your timetable is pretty structured. And there's not a lot of room for, deviating off of it unless you've got a week off or maybe you're in the off season. But there's always those rituals, always those habits and those patterns of, okay, we're doing base building now, we're going into hypertrophy, we're going into overload, we've got race competition. But when you come into life, sometimes part of the problem is actually, I can do anything I want to, and I don't really know what is it that I want to do for a career. And I think sometimes too, part and parcel is with the athletes is, yes, you do have the opportunity for an education, for college or university being paid. However, where's the real life experience? And sometimes I think what was great in my case was I worked full time and then I trained on top of it before work, after work. So I already had a career, which is different than some of the younger athletes coming up, maybe through the RBC program or another different program where you go abroad, you train, you race, you compete. But again, it's what do I do next? And a lot of times the athletes think about it after the games are over versus a year or two before the games are finished going, what is my next step? What would I want to do? And sometimes that's the biggest challenge going ahead.
Yeah, the what am I gonna do is always a tough question, and and this might sound odd. Like I wonder, is it harder for you're an athlete and you knew that you were going to go to 2030, right? So I'm not talking about older athletes. I'm talking about athletes that were there, and regardless of what result, they're like, hey, my plan was, hey, I'll be back in 2030, right? Like I feel I've got the skill that I can keep improving. You finish top 5, or you're just off the podium, or you finish like 10th to 20th. Is one easier to motivate yourself from? Is it hard to get over that? God, I was so close, but I didn't get it, compared to, hey, I had a personal best. I finished 10th. That's really good.
I think sometimes it is, and it's that niggling, on your shoulder, angel devil story going, oh, you could have done it. Yeah, but you didn't. And it's the head game that goes on. And sometimes you got to have that woe is me, or have that argument with yourself, and then go step away from your sport, go take a holiday, go remove yourself into a different environment that is a good environment to be in, like maybe head south for some sun, or go do a trip or something if you can afford it. And then during that time is do the reset. What worked? What didn't work? If I could do it over again, what is it that I would want to do? And when you start thinking about those things, you can peel the layers of the onion away. Sometimes you need somebody to, pepper you with a lot of questions. And it's just like 1 minute answers or 1 word answers to figure out what's the underlying drive of why are you still going? Why did you keep going? Why did you compete? And do you want to do it over again?
Lori-Ann Munzer joins us. Lori-Ann, one last one for you. We're a week away from trade deadline. Now, I know it. Obviously, your sport didn't have a trade deadline or anything like that, but I know you work with a lot of professional athletes, and the excitement / fear of the unknown is a big thing for some. What advice would you give to the players a week out from trade deadline?
Don't overthink it. That's when I start calling you Dottie. It's like, dude, man, don't overthink it. So it's like, what is your plan? What do you want to do? Do you want to go for the trade? Great. Write out your plan of what that looks like. And then write out the plan of if it doesn't go according to your plan, what's that going to be like? Especially what is it going to feel like? And then if you're happy where you are and things are good, write that out as to could you take it up to the next level? And also write, what if there is a surprise that you never even thought of? Because it can go three ways. The way you think it's going to go, it can go where you get traded, or something else can happen. If your mind hasn't already gone through it with imagining it, then when it happens, that's when you feel like the rug has been taken out from underneath you. And when you can think about it, it's giving yourself options, and that calms down that chatter of going, oh, I didn't do enough. Why did I get traded? And then you start going down that mental mindset spiral, or you go, yeah, this is great. This is exactly where I wanted to be. It happened exactly as it is. And then you got to let go of, like I say, let go of the rope. Like when we're playing with the dog tug of war, the more you fight it, the worse it is. And as soon as you let go of the rope, go do what you love to do. Just let it go. And it is going to be the way it is going to be. Somebody else holds your cards, but it's better if you have thought about what is it that you want to do? How do you want it to go?
Lorianne, have yourself a great weekend. We will chat with you in a few weeks as we get set up for some more. We'll get down to the playoff push and a few other sports because they're always starting to. So we'll get into some mental advice in a few weeks' time. Have a great week.
You too. Thanks, Jason.
There you go. That's Lorianne Munzer. That's In the Mind, brought to you by Action Electrical. That first hour flew by. Coming up in hour number 2, Terry Cochon will join us. We got Livingston. We'll talk some Oilers. They're in San Jose, day off today for the Edmonton Oilers. We'll update you on the injury front. Could it be a good thing? Yes, it could be a good thing. The Janmark injury. Now, for those wondering what it is, he's had a nagging shoulder issue pretty much all year long. And maybe that's why he can't score to save his life. But because he could skate fine. Speed was never the issue, but he's had, shoulder injuries now for a while, and it's just nagging, and they tried to rest it, but it's not working. So finally, he aggravated enough in that game against Anaheim that enough's enough for Janmark. So he is out. Knobloch said it's going to need some, significant time to reheal. So, or not reheal, just to heal. But they're not going to put him on LTIR right away because there's some cap implications. So we'll get to that and more. But first, let's get to the comment on Sports 1440. Update brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling, where the rates never change. No overtime charges. That's how you build a legacy at legacyheating.ca.
This is the Sports 1440 update.
Just 4 games tonight in the NHL. You got the Sabres and Panthers. Caps host the Golden Knights. Wild in Utah. And the Ducks taking on the Jets. Oilers in action tomorrow, taking on the Sharks at 2 o'clock. The Dallas Stars are placing forward Tyler Seguin on LTIR for the rest of the season. He would miss the remainder with the torn ACL that he suffered back in December. Without Seguin's $9.85 million cap hit, the Stars will have a little room to work with ahead of the deadline. In the WHL, Oil Kings and Red Deer tonight, taking on the Rebels at 7. They'll meet the Hurricanes tomorrow down at Rogers Place. In the BCHL, Spruce Grove Saints hosting Brooks at 7. Crusaders at home taking on Trail. In the AJ4 games, including Calgary and Devon, with Olds hosting Whitecourt. And in the PWHL, Seattle hosting Toronto. Puck drop 8 o'clock. Down at the Saddle Center this weekend, Bears and Pandas volleyball teams both in action, taking on Manitoba in Can West quarterfinal action. Both the teams leading 1-0 after winning yesterday. The doubleheader will get going at 6. Bears Pandas wrestling in Thunder Bay for the U Sports Championship, while the Pandas tennis team in Vancouver taking on UBC in the Western Canadian Championship. Coming up in hour 2 of the Jason Gregor Show, we'll be joined by our co-host, Wanye Gretz of Oilers Nation, also Leafs reporter Terry Cochon from the Toronto Sun, and Colin Livingston in the CanTorque Racing Report. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
Legacy Heating and Cooling offers no payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. So when you wake up to no heat,
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
if you need it immediately with no overtime rates, if you need it immediately and want to combo it with AC,
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
no payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. It could only be Legacy Heating and Cooling.
A pizza from Papa John's is already pretty great, but you know what's even better? 2 pizzas from Papa John's. For a limited time, get a medium one-topping pizza for only $6 when you order any large specialty pizza at regular menu price. Whether you're feeding your family, your team, or yourself, get your next meal from your locally owned and operated Papa John's with a $6 one-top medium when you order any large specialty at regular menu price. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Something strange comes to Rogers Place.
Family Fun Sunday. Your Edmonton Oil Kings look to capture a win from the Swift Current Broncos in the annual Ghostbusters game.
Who you gonna call?
Meet Ghostbusters characters on the concourse during the game as members of the Alberta Ghostbusters take over. Plus, enjoy the Kids Fun Zone with face painting and bouncy castles.
Then score Calmont Kids food combos for $10 or less. The value is Stay Puft Marshmallow Man sized. The Oil Kings Ghostbusters game this Sunday at 4.
Great seats at Rogers Place start at only $20 at oilkings.ca.
Just think, Kevin Carius has been covering Edmonton sports since before TikTok, Twitter, texting, and the Titanic. We may have made that last one up. Check out Carius in the mornings on Sports 1440. Your game, your station.
Scott McGilvery here, HGTV host and renovation expert. The one upgrade I know homeowners will love,
Discover
better,
your-
fresher Culligan water straight from the tap. Culligan's Aquacentral reverse
The Jason Gregor
osmosis system takes your water to the next level. With up to 7 stages of filtration and 14 filter options, they're certain to reduce over 90 contaminants. Your tap water is about to get a major upgrade. Safer water that tastes great. Get started with a free in-home water test at Culligan.com. Culligan. water you love.
Need a new ride for road trips, errands, or just life on the go? Go Auto offers a massive selection with over 15,000 new and used vehicles to choose from. With over 70 locations across Western Canada, finding your next ride has never been easier. Whether it's a roomy SUV for the family, a sleek car for the open road, or a rugged truck for your weekend adventures, you'll find it here at a price you'll love. Explore thousands of vehicles today at goauto.ca.
1 in 3 adults don't get enough sleep. The Break is here to help with deals on your entire bedroom. Save up to 50% off clearance mattresses, 50% off beds when you buy any 3 matching pieces. Buy one, get one half price on ceiling memory foam pillows, and save $100 off any adjustable power base when you buy a mattress over $9.99. Plus, check out other incredible savings in every department. Some exclusions apply. Check out The Brick in South Common, West Ed Mall, North Side, and downtown.
5-time Junior Hockey League champions, the Spruce Grove Saints, are excited to be back on the ice at the brand new Thompson Family Arena. Be part of the action and enjoy some of the best junior hockey Canada has to offer by experiencing a Saints game for your next outing. Tickets range from $10 to $17 with free parking and some of the best food and drink specials in town. For more information on tickets and how you can become a partner, go to sgsaints.ca.
Portions of this hour brought to you by CanTorque. We offer sale, rental, repair, and calibration of hydraulic, pneumatic, and battery-powered torque wrenches, stud tensioners, and flange maintenance equipment. Order today at CanTorque.com.
The Jason Gregor Show. The best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Awesome Friday. Welcome back. Jason Gregor Show, Sports 1440, sports1440.ca, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Thanks for texting to the show. You can, of course, get on the chat with Declan at the YouTube page. Give him a thumbs up, subscribe button. That'd be great on a positive Friday. Would be nice. The Gregor Show is always brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca, and could be nice for you if you are a believer in the Minnesota Wild. How are the Minnesota Wild the hottest team in the NHL over the last 2 months? They're a big underdog tonight on the road. It's kind of odd. And the Golden Knights, Capitals. I think I might see some goals in that game. So check that out. Then the Oilers right now, geez, you know how I am. I'm a big believer in the overs. So right now, coming out of this break, the San Jose Sharks, they give up a ton. The Oilers Heck, they got 13 goals in 2 games. You got 11 different goal scorers. There's lots of guys feeling some mojo. So I don't mind the over that game tomorrow afternoon for the Oilers and the Sharks. You can check it all out. PlayAlberta.ca. Check out the Jason Gregor Show for some extra odds boosts. Oilers have a day off today. They will, of course, play tomorrow in San Jose, afternoon game. So it's kind of like 3 games and almost 3.5 days. It's more so like 3 3/4 days, to be honest. But the Oilers, lots of guys will be feeling good about themselves. There'll be no mental fatigue. And really, there shouldn't be any physical fatigue. They just had 3 weeks off, except McDavid and Draisaitl. So they should be fine. Lots of guys have pep in their step. And if you look at the minutes played, they haven't had to tax their guys at all. Draisaitl didn't even play 50 minutes last night. And why do you need to be? And it wasn't like he was sitting late in the game, because he factored in the 4 final goals of the game for the Edmonton Oilers. So coach was just like, hey, you know what? He was maximizing his minutes is what he was doing. Right? You look at Draisaitl. What did Draisaitl play? He averaged about 17:45. McDavid was at 21 minutes. Jake Wallman actually played the most, 21:43. Bouchard played just under 21 minutes. Nugent Hopkins at 19. Ekholm's at 18. You look at all the forwards. Now, Matthias Janmark, of course, was the only guy under 10 because he only played 2 minutes. But Mangiapane and Lazar, the only guys under 13.5 minutes per night the last few games. So lots of positives for the Edmonton Oilers as they head into San Jose. Now, the key is, can they start to put it together for more than one game? I thought 5 out of 6 periods since they've come back, they've looked really good. The third period was a disaster. And if it's me, it's Connor Ingram tomorrow afternoon. Not that he had to be great, but he was very reliable yesterday. Just steady. He was better than the other goalie. And lots of times that's all you need to be. Because Kemper, man, that Podkolzin goal, could you imagine if that went in on one of the Oilers goalies? Oilers Nation would be freaking out. I'll tell you that. As we welcome in a guy who started Oilers Nation, Wanye Gretz joins us. Wanye, how you doing?
Well, we needed that win. I say I needed that win coming off an Olympic high to a very low.
Well, no, it looked good for the first 40 minutes. Most people after 40 minutes are probably pretty happy about the Oilers game in Anaheim, and then it just fell apart in the third period. But after, like, when they scored the 2 late goals in the second period, I think if you would have polled Oilers fans right then, most of them would have said, oh, mark me down, 500 bones for sure. The Oilers are winning this game. They didn't think they'd blow a 2-goal lead.
When they scored 15 seconds in, I was like, what Olympics? I don't even remember.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then I remembered.
Yes.
But the 8-1 undid a lot of it, I thought. They looked great from the puck drop, and they just steamrolled the Kings.
Well, they've made some tweaks. Not major, just some subtle ones. We're not seeing that long stretch pass as much. We're also not seeing and I've hated the play. I get why you do it if you're changing. When, the one guy stands there, they pass the puck 100 feet or 120 feet, and the guy just turns his stick over to flex, it goes into the corner. It's basically a 200-foot giveaway is how I look at it. Because first of all, very rarely are other guys going. So what's the point of it other than a line change? I get why you do it if you have a line change. Guys are tired, like, we got to get off, get the puck out, avoid an icing. Okay, great. Other than that, I don't love that play. I don't love it at all. So, and the Oilers, they can dump and chase certain lines better than others, but they're much better when they're a possession team. I feel that they probably just got back to some basics of, hey, guys, we got to support the puck better. If you looked at their breakouts, they use the middle of the ice a little bit more often. But go back and watch and see just shorter passes in a lot of places, through the neutral zone, out of their own zone, into the offensive zone. I found they were supporting the puck better. And anybody I don't care what level you play at, when you have to make shorter passes, the odds of completing them are way higher. Just is. And so it's a good start. It's 2 games. It's a good start. And we'll see. Now, it's not a great start because you blew 1 period. And it just shows you how you let up for a bit. And, that's the difference. Oilers win that game that they controlled. Well, they'd be at 68 points, right? They'd be 5 points up on the Ducks. Now they're only 1 point up on the Ducks, and the Ducks have 3 games in hand. So it's amazing how 1 period can change things that quickly.
What are your expectations for Ingram going forward? Do you think he's going to be the starter?
No. I say this, though. I think Chris Knobloch's actions tell me where his patience level is with Tristan Jarry, and it's pretty low. To pull a goalie in a 5-5 game with 13 minutes to go is quite rare. And clearly the coach is like, I got to do something because I don't trust him that he can make us a save here the rest of the way. That's why you're not making that call to get a boost for your team. You're making it to try to save it for your team. So I think Connor Ingram, they're going to look and say, hey, we kind of gave Tristan Jarry his time. Now we'll give it a run. I don't think it's going to be that long of a run because the order schedule, I would assume it's Ingram tomorrow. Better be Ingram tomorrow. But then you play Tuesday, Friday. I don't think you want Tristan Jarry not playing for almost 2 weeks. So I think he'll play one of the 2 games between Carolina and Ottawa next week. That'd be my guess.
2 weeks off after an Olympic break.
Yes, exactly. So the guy's going to play one game in 20-some days. Like, that's not ideal, right? So, but I wouldn't go back to him tomorrow. I would go to Ingram tomorrow.
I think you're right. I mean, at minimum, he needs some time off to reset the old brain. But I can't ever think of a coach pulling a goalie in a 5-5 tie.
Yeah, it's rare. Unless there's an injury. It's and even Kemper, the pull yesterday, did Kemper look like he aggravated something to you guys? Because it was like that was a delayed goalie pull. They're just like, well, we'll wait till the whistle. What? Why? Like, I don't know, TV timeout, I guess that is a better stretch, but it's like Kemper, I don't know, obviously somebody told me you're coming out, but I don't want to tell the goalie, hey, you're coming out the next stoppage. Well, now where's his mindset? What if you face 3 shots before the next stoppage? So I found that one a little interesting like that. Yeah, Kemper, the Emberson shot I thought was a pretty good shot. Now it's Ty Emberson, and so some would say, hey, he's got to make that save. The second goal was awful. Like the Podkolzin goal was a brutal goal by Kemper. And you got to call that. You can't only talk about when the Oilers goalie allows a bad goal like it's the only time it happens. Trust me, other teams do. And think about it. It's a 1-0 game. Kemper lets in a dud. Now it's a 2-0 game. If he doesn't let in that dud, it's a 1-1 game after the first period. And you're probably like, hey, we're in the game. Not that 2-1 they were out of it. You know, the way Edmonton was playing, I probably think they still win. But it can definitely change things when you allow a weak goal. And it doesn't just happen for the Oilers goalies. Just want to point that out because other ones, it happens for sure. So 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. Hey, guys, I'm wondering about Braden Schneider for the Oilers. Would the acquisition cost be too high? I could see him as being a good fit, big right-handed defenseman last year of his contract. He's an RFA, but the Rangers are rebuilding. Not sure if they want to pay him or try to get assets. Landon. Well, my first question would be is why are the Rangers what do they think they're going to get from him that's going to be better for their organization? So even if they're retooling / rebuilding, isn't that a guy that you kind of want to have in the mix to rebuild, right? Like Adam Fox, 28, Gavrikov, 30, Borgen, 29. Then you got some young guys in Scott Morrow and Braden Schneider he's 24 years of age. So he shoots right, can play both sides, 6'4", 215-pounder. Now, I got to dig into his numbers a little bit more. I don't watch the Rangers a ton. But my initial one would be, why are you now? And maybe they're just bad. Teams have done it. We've seen teams give up on young players all the time. They would not be the first organization to do it. But I do wonder, is he on a cup contender a top 4 defenseman? That's my question. Now, he's playing almost 21 minutes tonight on the Rangers. So he's playing top 4 minutes. None of their numbers are great just because they can't win at home. It's unbelievable. It is mind-blowing how bad they are on home ice. You're going to have bad years. I get it. But when you have a bad year and you rarely give your fan base any excitement on home games, that can really, teams like, hey, you know what? We're a bad team, but we've won out of 41 home games. We at least won 25, right? 24. You're like, okay, we're not terrible. I left the building feeling pretty good about myself some nights. They've won 6 home games so far this year. 6. So yeah, I don't mind Schneider. I think Schneider would be more of is he going to help you for your cup run this year? No, I think he would be more of a long-term play for that, which is fine. Right. And so, but when you hear the Adam Fox injury, like I could see them maybe moving Fox and just promoting Schneider from within. If I'm the Rangers, that's what I would do. But if they're dumb enough to want to trade you Braden Schneider, I think you have to listen. For sure. So 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. Hey, guys, I hope we don't play a steep price for Royale. He's okay, but he's not a first or a second or Howard. A first, second, or Howard? I don't know if he's going to get that much. Is that the rumor online? Is they're going to get a first and either a second or a top prospect for Oliver Ekman-Larsson? Like, who's spreading that rumor? Toronto? Because you're right. Would the Leafs want that? Of course. Is a team willing to give that up? I don't think so. It's not going to be like what you might get a high-end prospect. You're not going to get a high-end prospect and a first rounder.
And if we're just starting rumors, I heard a rumor the other said they would never trade the Iceman because he's so fantastic.
I don't know where you heard that rumor, but
Oilers Nation.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I'm tweeting it in a minute.
Sure. All right. Well, anybody's tradable. I do say, like, Ike Howard definitely amongst their young guys. Like, I'm not as high on Hudson as a lot of people are. Like, I know he came up and there was a good feel-good story for a while, but he'll have to improve his competitiveness to be a pro player on a night-to-night basis. And guess what? That's hard to do. It's kind of like the final step for some guys. Like, does he have skill to play? Yes. Now does he have the will on a consistent basis? Not that he doesn't have it, but he does have it on a consistent basis. And that becomes one of the hardest things at any level. You go to the difference between a U9 AA player and a U11 AA player and a U11 Tier 1 player is sometimes the AA player just is a little bit more consistent in his work ethic, right? His pilot light burns a little brighter. And that can be the difference. Hudson's got skill, but I would think Howard's probably the guy with the most. And the other player in the order, so like Järventie is starting to find more of that consistency. But there's a lot of elements of his game where I look and say, I think he's a guy who's got more potential to fit in different roles for your team, where Howard is like, he'll bring you offense. And if he's not on your offensive team, not sure he's on your team. Whereas Järventie is probably a guy who could play in your bottom six and fill a role fairly comfortably. I'm not sure Howard could do that. Now, he might be able to. He might adapt. It's only his first year as a pro. I have no reason to think that he's not going to get a look first as an offensive player. That's what he is, right? Like, don't acquire guys and then ask him to be something or not. He's an offensive player. Keep him and put him in offensive roles. It's that simple.
How impressed are you with Matt Savoy this season?
I liked him before the outburst of 5 points in 2 games. I thought I wrote about it. I said, I think Matt Savoy has, as a rookie, the fact that he's killed the most penalties on the team, played the most penalty kill minutes on the team, is impressive amongst any forward. And, he's got double digits in goals, he's got double digits in assists. He scored a late power play goal the other night. So he's got 5 points in 2 games. So he's feeling it. I thought he looked like a lot of rookies in late January, early Feb, was starting to maybe get a little fatigued. But man, I don't think that break benefited anybody more than him. You just get to regroup and, you relax. Cause it's stressful, harder than I think some people believe to be a rookie in the league. Cause at times it's the first time in your career that you might play with a little fear of, if I make a mistake, you know what, I could be here. Like he's playing 13 minutes a night, which is fine for a rookie in the NHL. But the guy's used to playing 18, 19, 25 minutes in junior. So A, it's harder to adapt to that. B, you're not scoring as much as you used to. So you have to kind of change your mindset into telling yourself that you are valuable and you're still good, even though you're not scoring. Because that's hard for some offensive guys. They look at the score sheet and they just see zeros. They don't see the fact that, man, I got the puck out at a key time in the game and we didn't get scored on. Eventually you learn that is just as important, but it's not viewed that way. So I've been very impressed by Savoy. I think quietly he's been a really good story. And you look and say, okay, this is what he's doing as a rookie. What's he going to be doing in a few years?
I think that he may not have all the snaz of the Iceman up front, what with all the merch and the nicknames and stuff like that. But I think, especially penalty killing, I can't think of too many rookies that have come in.
Yeah, I think there's 3 or 4 rookie forwards who have killed as many minutes as he has this year. And so it happens, but it's kind of rare. And some of those guys are maybe more defensive-minded guys. overall. So, yeah, I think it's been a really good season. And right now, Knobloch said, hey, he liked him with Roslovic. I think before Kapanen got hurt, the plan was to have Kapanen play there. But things change quickly, so you adapt. And you know what? Kapanen will come back in and hopefully can stay healthy. But, yeah, this is a great start to the final stretch drive for Matt Savoy.
If he can keep up this output of 5 points in 2 nights.
Yeah. Outscoring McDavid and Draisaitl, no big deal. Hey, Grace, can we get back on the Michael McCarron train? I thought we'd have a smart pickup last year. I think it'd be again this year from Trailer Park Ryan. Well, sure, it makes sense, but here's the thing. Do you know who has the 3rd most points in the Western Conference since December 1st? The Nashville Predators. The Nashville Predators have moved within 2 points of the Seattle Kraken. And if I went player for player, there's no Roman Josi in Seattle. I don't think there's a Philip Forsberg in Seattle. I don't think there's a Ryan O'Reilly in Seattle. I've liked their goaltending, but I think UC Saro's still better than the goalies they have there. I think Nashville's a team. Now, they have 4 games starting tonight in 6 days before the trade deadline, and they're all against playoff teams. They play Dallas. They play Detroit. They play Columbus, and I'm missing the 4th one off the top of my head. 4 fairly tough games. I think if you're the Preds, you're kind of in wait and see mode. If you go 2-2 in those games and stay right pace with Seattle, I don't think you're selling. Now, maybe a guy like Michael McCarron, like what's going to get you a 4th rounder? But even then, you'd look and say, well, is the 4th rounder more valuable to us than making the playoffs? And I think there'd be a lot of people in the organization say, we'll keep McCarron because we want to make the playoffs. But so I would say, watch what Nashville does in their next 4 games, right? They have 3 games in 4 nights. So they play tonight. They play, is it Saturday, Monday, or tonight, Sunday, Monday? I can't remember which one it is, but either way, and then they got another one next week. So on Thursday night before the trade deadline. So they got 4 games in 6 days. And we'll see where they go from here. But don't sleep on the Preds. They've made a real big push over the last 2 months and change here in the NHL standings. And that might alter what their plan is at the deadline. Quick break. We'll return here on Sports 1440, sports1440.ca. We got lots more hockey talk to get to, as well as one team that is out. Put up the for sale signs because they're selling. Talk about it next on the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Whether you're a craft beer connoisseur or more of a wine aficionado, there's always something new to discover at Sherbrooke Liquor, a unique, family-owned, independent liquor store. The selection, incredible. The non-alcohol section is also very impressive. Sherbrooke Liquor, expert, knowledgeable staff with a passion for unique finds. More than just a liquor store, we're a community. Alberta's best, the one and only Sherbrooke Liquor. Wine, spirits, and oodles of beer. Visit SherbrookeLiquor.com.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Free trips, free iPads, a barbecue, a wood stove, the #1 dealer in the world. What? Who cares? How about no pressure, a great deal, finance rates as low as 0%, trade values you can be happy with, and an indoor showroom. And we're pretty good people. Stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
And here comes Action Electrical Service Team sprinting onto the scene. These are your first responders for any electrical emergency.
That's right. With their fleet of service vans and specialized gear, they assess, they service, and maintain electrical lighting and automation systems. They're all about rapid response.
Quick diagnostics and repairs to restore power and safety fast. Hire the Action Electrical team to bring home a win for your project. Visit actionelectrical.net.
Do you listen to sports radio at work? Like right now? Well, do you?
Who, me? No way. I swear.
Okay, friend, we won't tell. Tens of thousands of sports fans listen to Sports 1440 each and every day. On the radio, on the listening apps, on YouTube, and on social media. If you listen to Sports 1440 at work, well, maybe it's time to advertise on Sports 1440 at work. Grow your business. Get your name out there. Shoot our ad team an email. Gregor@sports1440.ca. Let's get to work
for you.
The job won't wait. Why should you? At AWS Welding Supplies and Repairs, conveniently located in Nisku, we've got everything you need to get it done. From product sales to servicing and calibrating machines, we're your one-stop shop. We're a proud, locally owned and operated business, committed to serving our community with a proven track record of customer service. Don't let a broken tool slow you down. We offer fast repairs and free same-day delivery of in-stock items to Leduc, Nisku, and South Edmonton. AWS Welding. We make it happen.
Who's that working on the underground utilities over there? All-Star Construction, that's who. What about the street lighting? Yep, All-Star Construction. And the directional drilling, hydrovacking, neighborhood renewal, and telecommunication work? Yep. Since 2009, All-Star Construction has been doing all that and more, shaping and building Edmonton communities for land developers all around Edmonton. That's what All-Star Construction is all about.
Hey, Edmonton, did you know a local Play Alberta winner scored over $500,000 on Mega Jackpots Ocean Bells? Think about the season tickets you could lock down with that kind of cash. From major casino winners every hour to jackpots worth millions and hundreds of popular games to money that stays in the province, there's never been a better time to sign up for Play Alberta. Download the app today to get started with casino, sports, and lottery all in one app. Must be 18 plus to play. When you gamble, use your game sense.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Japa Machinery. Japa is digging deep on their 50-year history of supporting Alberta's construction industry with their line of special edition blackout excavators. Visit japamachinery.com for all the details.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
.329, welcome back. Jason Gregor, Wanye Gretz, Connor Halley, Sports 1440, sports1440.ca, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Hope you're having a lovely, positive Friday. And hey, there are certain things that I'm positive about in life, and then sometimes when it comes to sports. I am positive that there are a few teams that are officially, even though it's not official, out of the playoff race. And one of them, well, actually, I'm sure all three of them didn't expect to be out of the playoff race before the end of February. But the Ottawa Senators, the Florida Panthers, and the Toronto Maple Leafs all made the playoffs last year. And barring some miracle comeback or a miracle flop by the Boston Bruins, they're all going to miss the playoffs this year. The Bruins, all they got to do is go 12-10-2, which isn't a great record for them. They'll get 97 points. If they do that, Toronto would have to go 16-4-3. Yeah. Win 16 out of 23. I don't know if you watched the Leafs last two games, but that ain't happening. That also, the question is, who are they going to move? So let's get to our trade report brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling. Home to no payments, no interest for 1 year on your furnace. Stay warm all winter at legacyheating.ca. Sherry Koshan joins us from the Toronto Sun to break down what is going to happen with the Maple Leafs, because hey, let's be honest, man, they're not making it. You have to be realistic, and I think they know that their team just isn't good enough to make the playoffs. Boston would have to completely fall apart, and the Leafs would have to get red hot, and then they'd have to hope that Columbus faltered and Washington faltered. Like, I won't even mention the other guys. So it is, there's too many teams in between them. And it's not like the Leafs have a boatload of guys. Like, okay, Bobby McMahon, but why the hell would you want to trade Bobby McMahon? I don't get it. Guy doesn't make a ton. Even if you bump him up to $4 million, what's wrong with that? You're going to need some players to go along with Nylander and Matthews. I really like Matthew Nice. He's locked up till 2031. John Tavares, pretty good contract for the next 3 seasons. Max Domi, okay. Matthias Michelli, gone. Like, think about it. Matthias Michelli makes $3.4 million this year. So that's 3.4. It's coming off the books. You add that to what Bobby McMahon makes this year, and that would make him a $4.8 million player. I don't even know if he's going to be that high. So you can't tell me they can't afford him. There's no way that they can't afford him. So we'll catch up with Terry right now to discuss this, because to me, the Leafs, and hey, that Brandon Carlo trade's not looking good right now. And Terry is with us now. And Terry, I ran off the numbers. If Boston just wins 12 of 24 games, the Leafs are going to have to go 16-4-3. That's not happening. I think they're in clear sell-off mode. A guy like Bobby McMahon, I know his name's been out there, but that one doesn't really make a lot of sense to me in why you'd want to trade him away, because you would trade him away and then you just hope to get a player like that back.
Well, I don't think you do. I think what you need to do, the reason why McMahon would be popular to trade, or maybe that's not the right word, Jason, is because the Leafs have nothing coming and they need to restock somewhere at some point. And they have no first round pick each of the next 2 years, although this year is top 5 protected. So maybe I shouldn't go down that road quite yet. But, there's not a lot coming in the prospect cupboard. All due respect to the people they've drafted over the last few years. Don't have the first rounder. So if you can recoup something close to that in McMahon, then I think you have to do it because, it's just not working this year, obviously. And would they like to re-sign him? Sure. But I think the other option is he'll be a nice piece for them to move if it comes to that between now and next Friday.
Yeah, I know there is some. You look at that trade, because man, that Carlo trade is not looking great for them, right? Not only
either one, no.
Fraser, Brandon Carlo, I should say, but Fraser Minten gone, and the first round pick gone. Like that's. So they're hoping maybe, hey, could we trade someone like that to another team that you work out? And I get it. But what about a guy like Morgan Riley? Is he, I know his name's out there and he's a little bit of the whipping boy amongst Toronto fans, but he's got 4 years left at $7.5 million. Where do you see him in the future of the Leafs?
Well, nothing in the next week. I mean, his name is out there because fans don't like the way that he plays defensively, and he's been on the ice for the most 5-on-5 goals in the league at 64. So there's proof for that, or evidence, whatever the word is. His future, we'll have to see. He's got a no move. Everything that we know about Morgan, he's been open about it. Not that I think really he's been asked a lot about it in the last few weeks, but he wants his goal is to stay. He and his wife Tessa Virtue had a son a few years ago. They've got roots here. He hasn't been back home to Vancouver for the summer now for quite a bit. I mean, he goes to visit, but his home base is in Toronto 12 months of the year and has been for quite a while. So we'll have to see where it goes. But you know what? I think the thing, Jason, that has to happen first is we have to know who's running this team come the weeks after April 15th, when the Leafs presumably will be finished against the Ottawa Senators. Is it Brad Treliving who makes that decision? And if not, is there a new GM who comes in and looks at the core and says, okay, I think I can make this work, where no one else has been able to? There are a lot of balls in the air, and Morgan Riley is one of them. I can't see what happens with him. Would I be surprised if somebody went to him and said, what would you think about moving? No. Would I be surprised if somebody decided that they could still use him going forward? I wouldn't be caught off guard by that either.
Where do you come out on Treliving? Do you think he lasts past April 20th?
I don't know. I really don't see how he can. And you just said why. The Carlo trade, Minten and a first round pick to Boston, a division rival. Fraser Minten's going to be their third line center for years to come, if not better than that. And Carlo is not. I mean, Carlo was on the block last summer, Jason, within months of getting him. So, that didn't work. And, neither did the Scott Lawton deal with Philly, really, in trading a first round pick to the Flyers and prospect Nikita Grabenkin, who has been playing with the Flyers. Now, he's not Minten level, but he's still a guy that, might have had a future in Toronto. And now he's, another Atlantic Division team. Those are two examples. When you don't sell the farm last March, where you come awfully close. When you're doing that, you better be damn sure that the players coming back are really going to help you. It has happened in either case. So if you're going off those sorts of things, then, I don't know how Keith Pelly decides that, okay, Treliving's the guy that we need here going forward to make this work. because it hasn't worked out with the coach. We've seen that now. The defensive side, the Leafs defensively are awful, and it's game 60 tomorrow night, and they haven't solved any problems. It's a 5-man unit. They're loose beyond their own blue line. There's disconnection that, if they were going to get it, then these things would have been fixed. So for me, a lot of that's on the coach, and I'd put it this way, Jason. I'd be shocked if both are back if the Leafs miss the playoffs. I just wouldn't see it.
Yeah. So, because if the GM goes, then the head coach is probably going because the new GM is going to want to bring in his own coach.
Of course. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the unwritten rule in sports, right?
Yeah. Oh no, totally. Very much so. What about other players then? Like, is Max Domi a guy you think that they'd be very interested in moving? Are there guys you think are locks to get moved before Friday?
Locks. I don't know that anyone's a lock per se, but certainly McMahon and Lawton are up there. The other guy that I think would get them a nice return is Oliver Ekman-Larsson. He's had a good season. No one expected him to make the Swedish Olympic team. He did. And, he's 34 years old, and he has a couple of years left on his contract, but it's affordable, either 3 to 4 range. And he does have, I believe, a 16-team no trade, so you don't have quite the open space to trade a guy like Oliver Ekman-Larsson. But he'd be a guy I think that, would interest some teams. Is Carlo somebody like that? Well, if he's been on the block since last summer, I'd at least like to get rid of him, if I want to put it that harshly. But, there've been no takers to point. Max Domi, I don't know. I think the contract, you talk about things that maybe Treliving want to do over on. Giving Max Domi a 4-year contract is probably one of them. He never had anything close to that type of deal previously in the NHL. He's had a lot of stops, and his defensive game isn't great. So I think Ekman-Larsson to be that guy. And then, we'll see how far does this go. Do you get into the goaltending? You have Dennis Hill to be playing the minors. There's an NHL goalie. So he's a guy that I think that, is going to be part of this team next year. But you have Anthony Stolarz has a 4-year contract kicking in next September. So there's, again, a lot of decisions to be made, but I would think that Ekman-Larsson has got to be at or near the top of that list between now and next Friday at 3 Eastern.
Well, and at $3 million, has got a pretty good cap hit, favorable cap hit, won a cup with Florida. Still a really solid, I think, NHL defenseman. And at that cap hit, like there'll be teams lining up for him. Like his cap hit makes him probably even more, I think, appealing for lots of teams out there.
Completely agreed. Yeah, completely agree. Yeah, I agree with that for sure. Yeah, definitely.
What about Chris Tanev? Is he going to play again? I know not this year, but what about down the road?
I don't know. It's interesting, right? The Leafs have been back. Well, all NHL teams back have been for 10 days now, and he was on the ice. I'm pretty sure he was on the ice that first day back last Tuesday, Jason. And by himself, you're watching him, you're thinking, you wouldn't know any better. You just walk in off the street and you're looking at this Leaf man. He looks fine, but clearly the groin issue is still there, and Berube's keeps putting off any announcements of a decision because there hasn't been one made. Whether he plays again, I don't know. It's a good question. I would hate to think that his career would end like this, given that he's been such a warrior, and you guys saw it out west the way he played out there, and that's why the Leafs got him. But there was, again, when they signed him last year, or 2 years ago now, sorry, there was the concern that, okay, how durable will he be? And what you're hoping for was, let's get 2 or 3 years. I mean, it's a 6-year contract. Let's get 2 or 3 years out of when he's still, productive in a defensive sense. Worry about those latter years later. Well, he's played 11 games this year, so these injuries came up a lot earlier than they figured he would, and it's really tough because he was their guy last year, Jason. He was their defensive linchpin. Their 5-on-5 goals against has dropped through the floor, and I think the absence of Tanev has been a reason why. But whether it's career ending, I couldn't say that to stay.
Yeah. What do you make of like Austin Matthews, Willie Nylander future? Like, do you think Matthews is long for Toronto? Does it depend? Like, obviously, if they don't make the playoffs this year and they don't make the playoffs next year, well, then it's going to be a lot harder, right? Because I think you look at it this offseason about them is if we want to maintain Matthews, we got to get back to being a playoff team right away.
Well, he's got 2 years left after this one, right? So, we'll have to see. Is this a blip? Do they come right back next year and and make the playoffs? Does hypothetically a different coach or GM or both make that difference for them? I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, or is this really the end as we know it for this group? And maybe it started last summer when Marner was sent to Vegas in the sign and trade. But, like I said, 2 years of Matthews remaining on that contract. And, obviously it's like you're kind of alluding to, you get to a year from now, you have one left. And what does that future look like? Are you going to try to keep him in that last year of the contract if there's no guarantee that he resigns? It's just kind of hard to believe that this window could be closing on this group and all it has to show for it is 2 first-round wins. I mean, as much as we've seen it and they haven't done well in the playoffs, it's still hard for us to wrap our heads around. But he's been at the head of that. And you know what? Even after the latest example last night, there's still a reluctance to really look in the mirror and take responsibility for what's going on. And he hasn't done that well here in Toronto. And, it's not to say they still can't turn it around at some point. I don't mean this year, but the next few years. But it certainly doesn't look like they're going to.
Yeah, why? Like, if you took a step back and look at the team this year, why? Like, I know, hey, Mitch Marner's gone. It's a 100-point player, so that's a loss there, no question. But that's not the only one. Like, is it Tanev, your star defensive defenseman? Obviously, he plays a fact. How much does goaltending come into it in your eyes?
It comes into a lot. And you know what? The Marner thing, quite honestly, has not had the impact that the Leafs figured. Scoring goals, for the most part, has not been an issue for them. It's been keeping the puck out of the net. The goaltending hasn't been as good as it was, period. Stolar's, he last year leads the league in save percentage, although barely, because he just had the minimum amount of games to do it, or just over that. He had a good season when he wasn't hurt. And, Joe Wall, the same. This year, they haven't been nearly as good, either of them. And that has been part of the problem. But, also, like I said earlier, so now you have Tanev out. Tanev and McCabe were a really good deep pair for them last year. So now you have a new defense partner with McCabe. Lately, it's been Ekman Larson, but there's been moving parts for all year. He hasn't been the same, I think, without Tanev. So that's had an impact as well. But overall team defense is just, like I said, falling off the map. Many reasons for it. Again, too, the disconnect on the ice in the top 5. You can't blame all the defensive woes, as you well know, on defensemen and goaltending. You need, if your 5 players on the ice are mixed like oil and water, you're in trouble, and that's what we've seen here for whatever reason. They've really taken a step back there, and you know what? As you know, Jason, not revealing anything here. When teams have those issues, you need a goalie or two to help bail you out, and they just haven't had that in Toronto this season.
Terry, it'll be fascinating because the Leafs, if you would have asked anybody, I think anybody around the league, very few people would have thought the Leafs, would they have taken a step back? Sure. Yeah. I don't think they thought that they would plummet down the standings if they had. And early, they're not a playoff team. They're not even close to a playoff team right now. And it's just a matter of how many guys do they move between now and then. And my last question is, if the organization doesn't think Treliving's going to be here past the end of the year, why would they allow him to be the guy to run the trade deadline?
That's the X amount of dollar question, isn't it? I think that probably they don't know that yet at this point, and they're not willing to look too far down that road. But it's a good question. It's legit. I completely know where you're coming from, but I think at this point you have to give the impression that you're trying to do something, and you can't look. Listen, what's the alternative, Jason? You look at your GM and say, we don't want you in charge doing this. Well, then you have to fire him now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. And I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, it's very true.
Yeah.
Terry, thanks so much for your time, buddy. Have a good weekend.
Okay. Thanks, Jason. Good to talk to you.
You betcha. It's a long-time beat reporter for the Leafs, and Leafs land, not many people saw this coming. It can come fast in the NHL, man. Think about it. Florida, the injuries, Florida's got a little bit of asterisk. No Barkov, no Tkachuk for half a year. Okay, you get it. But Ottawa, Ottawa went from being a playoff team to thinking, hey, we'll be a playoff team again. But they're not looking like a playoff team. Toronto's definitely not a playoff team. So, and they've been taken over by Detroit, Buffalo, and Boston, all teams who missed the playoffs last year. So there's the 3 in and 3 out in the East. And, could be more. Pittsburgh Penguins looking like they could be in too. So you could have now the Washington Capitals are going to try to battle their way back in. We'll see. Take a quick break. We'll come back. Livingston joins us next. It's the Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
60 years ago, we started selling trucks as Western GMC Buick. Today, we are Wolf GMC Buick. We're still located on the corner of 184th Street and Stony Plain Road with the same ownership for over 2 decades. Our customers have trusted our family-owned, community-driven business. And for that, we are thankful. If you're looking for a truck or SUV, pop in and one of our seasoned professionals will get you a great deal, hassle-free. Come trust our team at Wolf GMC Buick. Wolf GMC Buick. We're making it easy.
Okay, how about you give us your star winger for a bag of pucks? What if I throw in some Will Hawk beef jerky?
Yourself a trade.
With Will Hawk Beef Jerky on their side, the Alberta teams definitely have an unfair advantage this trade deadline. Pick up some today and use it for trade leverage in your fantasy league.
No way, man. It's way too good.
Will Hawk Beef Jerky, only available in Leduc. Get yours today because you don't win trades with salad.
Hi, I'm Colin Livingston, president of CanTorque. We've been tightening bolts and redefining our industry for 25 years. Yes, a quarter century, and we're just getting started. Check us out at CanTorque.com. Our tools age better than I do.
McValue meals are here. Get the McD's you love for $5 plus tax every day with your choice of a McDouble, Junior Chicken, or Chicken Snack Wrap with small fries and small fountain drink. All for just $5 plus taxes. Canadian restaurants. Product availability varies. Prices exclude delivery.
Shoulder pain. It can make even the simplest things like reaching up, lifting a bag, brushing your teeth, or sleeping frustrating. Rotator cuff strains, impingement, arthritis, they're some of the most common issues we treat every day. I'm Grant Fedoruk, and at Leading Edge Physio, our team brings postgraduate training, evidence-based technology, and just the right amount of humor and humility to help you feel better. Because we never forget the most important part, the gratitude we feel for every patient who allows us the opportunity to care for them. Because life shouldn't hurt. When it does, leadingedgephysio.com.
Action Electrical Solar Team is now making a play for sustainability and savings. They're specialists in powering up for a greener future.
That's the strategy. Designing and installing high-efficiency solar panels. They're helping homes and businesses combat rising utility costs by harnessing the power of the sun.
A smart move for efficiency and the environment. Hire the Action Electrical Team to bring home a win for your project. Visit actionelectrical.net.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Leading Edge Physio, from weekend warriors to professional athletes, kids playing soccer to grandparents in the garden, rotator cuff tears and tendonitis to post-surgical knees and hips. We fix your body. Life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
This is Sports 1440, where Edmonton talks sports.
On YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Here's Jason Gregor.
Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
Positive Friday. How are you? Welcome back. Jason Gregor. Connor Halley, Sports 1440, sports1440.ca, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Hope you are having a lovely day, getting set for the weekend, an afternoon game. Kind of used to those lately. 2 o'clock start tomorrow. The Oilers and the Sharks pregame show with Paulson and Walker at 1 p.m. Then the Oilers light week next week. They play Tuesday against Ottawa, and then after the trade deadline that evening against Carolina. Like you look at the NHL schedule. Are you telling me that they couldn't just not schedule games on the trade deadline? Like, they don't play a ton of games on Friday to begin with anyway. Why can you wait? Because then you'd have more players make their debut the next day. Just saying. Let's get to the racing report, brought to you by CanTorque, made in Canada, made for Canada, where extreme isn't theoretical. Find your solution at CanTorque.com. Colin Livingston joins us once again. CL, how you doing?
Feeling a little disheveled. I'm not used to the Friday thing. Friday's gym day, so
yeah,
I was pushing pretty hard with Tony just whatever it was 2-3 hours ago. So I feel like I'm a bit of I'm not really camera ready today.
Oh yeah, well there you go. You'll figure it out.
I hope so.
Well, your workout's complete. Testing is complete in F1. There's vastly different driving styles. Now, for a rookie like me, that's kind of what I come away with from reading up all the guys like you and others who know more. Is it going to be that different for the drivers?
Oh, this year compared to last year? It's hard to put into words how different this car is and how different the driving technique is going to be. I mean, basically, to boil it down, last year's car was fat and heavy and stiff. Like, it's kind of like, if you remember when you would ride like a crazy carpet or a sled down a hill and you would hit a bump. There's no suspension. Like when you land, you hit hard. And then you got these like GT snow racers. They didn't really have suspension, but you kind of were able to sit a little bit nicer. You'd hit a jump. The thing would land. You could kind of slow yourself down. The cars last year were just so stiff that like they had virtually no suspension over the bumps. Everything was based on this under tray that created ground effect that basically sucked the car to the ground. The original idea was that it would make the racing better. It did for about 5 races, and then the teams just developed everything on the car so that wasn't really a factor. Now this year, cars are a lot lighter. They're smaller. They're not as dependent on this ground effect. They still use some of it, but now the cars have a little bit more roll and pitch. But aside from that, now everything is about managing this battery and managing the total available power that you have. So yeah, it's very, very different from last year. It's, you know, based on the complaints, it looks like Max is maybe going to be the guy that has, you know, he's justified in what he's saying, that he's calling it now, you know, essentially Formula E on steroids.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we're only a week away to, you know, really start burning away the truth from fiction, because there's a lot of talk of who's sandbagging, who didn't really show their hand, who's got all these tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah. And that's, there's always that. So that's why I asked, like, is it going to be that different? But the car is definitely set up different. So there'll be some changes. Now Max, he always complains and then he always is good. So I don't know if I put much stock into the Formula E on steroids. You know, he can say it. He's good at it. He's good at getting people fired up. I think he's actually subtly better at the drama that F1 likes to create than people think. They just think, oh, I think he's smart and knows if I say certain things, keeps me at the top of the cycle, gets everybody out. Because they do, like in Europe, they thrive on the drama. They love it, man. Like you read their tabloids, like compared to nothing what we have over here. So I think that really kind of plays into F1.
Max is Max. And what I mean is most of the drivers really, really, really stick to their media training, to their PR training, that they always take every question and put a positive spin on it. They're really trained very heavily not to get drawn into, you know, controversial statements and all the rest of it. Max just doesn't care. He'll say what's on his mind. And while a lot of the other drivers are going to agree with what he's saying, they just don't say it because they don't want to potentially upset a sponsor, the series, the this, the that. They just want to kind of project the best image that they can. When you get to the level of a 4-time champion like Max, 2-time champion like Alonso, who, you know, if somebody pulled the carpet out from under him right now, he might be disappointed, but he's going to go on. A 7-time champion like Lewis, they've got to the point where they've got enough cachet, they've got enough years under their belt. They can pretty much say whatever they want. Lewis says it very differently than Max, but they both kind of say the same things, and people will listen to what they have to say.
Yeah, no, that's very true. There are a few, like, is there a team that can take a big step, or is it still going to be Red Bull, McLaren, Ferrari, Mercedes? Like, is there any other team that can get in?
No, it's definitely the big four. I mean, you know, McLaren is actually, you know, I think McLaren's probably going to drop to the 3rd or 4th team this year because something happened 2 years ago, and I don't know the right people to ask, but, you know, McLaren was nowhere for a long time with this Mercedes engine, and then just suddenly their car just turned on. They got a piece of information. They got some suspension. They got some bit of information that car just became a championship contender overnight. I think they're going to struggle relative to the other three this year because I don't know that their designers are that good. They're still dependent on Mercedes power, where, Red Bull, now they're making their own engine. Ferrari obviously makes their own. Mercedes makes their own. So, they've got two great drivers with Lando and Oscar, but just my guess and my quick prediction is that they'll likely be the fourth team out of the big four.
Okay. So who do you see as number one?
Boy, Ferrari looked good, but maybe they showed more of their hand. I still think Mercedes, as long as they don't have the issues that are being reported with their engine right now, I think Mercedes is going to kind of finally show what they've got. Ferrari's got just a ton of really neat innovation that they built into their car this year, though. With this, the Macarena wing, as they call it, that opens, 270 degrees. They built this exhaust deflector wing that is super ingenious, that will help the exhausting air kind of help with their downforce, but at the same time, it'll actually plant the rear end a little bit. That they built their car specifically around that thing. Other teams can look at it. The only way that they'd be able to copy it now is to completely rebuild their car. So, there's a chance that Ferrari's maybe got something figured out here. And then, I think Red Bull is likely, they were holding something back, but just because it's a brand new operation with the partnership between them and Ford, I'd be really shocked if they don't have some reliability issue in their first year.
Okay.
But we'll see.
Ferrari showed a lot of innovation during their testing, and I know they've changed. It looks like maybe they'll have better communication, at least with Hamilton, right, on the crew. What do you make of Ferrari, and could Lewis Hamilton win the championship?
Yes. Yeah. Again, Ferrari, I think, is in the mix for sure. Again, they've come up with a lot of really, really neat things that either the other teams, even James Vowles, who is the head over at Williams, he was asked, point blank on the second week of testing, Ferrari released their new wing, and he was asked about it, and he kind of gave a coy answer about, there's either some things that we considered and we didn't implement because there were other mitigating factors, and then there's sometimes we just didn't consider this thing. And then the reporter actually said, well, which one was this? He's like, this wasn't on our radar. What they came up with was pretty neat. So what they might not even race this Macarena wing, this 270 degree wing, because it sounds like it's maybe a little bit too heavy and maybe a little bit too complicated. It still fits within the rules. It's been approved. So we're only a week from finding out.
We are going to have racing this weekend in IndyCar at St. Petersburg. I know you're watching some of the laps from NXT. Now IndyCar, they've got the fall start finish line pit entry. What do you make of that?
So it's so simple to do, and it makes things so much better that I for the life of me, I cannot understand why Formula One doesn't copy this. So during the race, the start finish line in an IndyCar race is the start finish line, on an oval. This doesn't really apply to ovals, but on road course, it's, halfway down the front straightaway. During practice and during qualifying, what they do is they come up with a false start line. So it's positioned just before pit entry. So when you go out to do a practice lap, you go out to do your qualifying lap, you get out, you get on it hard, because unlike Formula One, they don't have tire warmers, so they'll likely be coming out on cold tires. You've got to get your tires prepped. You've got to get your car ready to go. You go out and run a hot lap, maybe run 2 hot laps, but once you cross that beam, you can duck right into the pits. There's none of this, you got to do a slow in lap and, try and stay out of the way of all the fast cars and all. It makes so much sense. And I for the life of me, cannot explain why other series, especially the European Formula Series, don't copy it. It was just like, even watching like Indy Next, like Indy Lights practice. It was so cool to see, and I was so happy to be watching that again after, the end of the year with Formula One, with all the, because it always turns into some kind of, controversy that there's a blocking this, or, somebody comes around a blind corner and there's a slow car there that could create a problem. Get rid of all that. Just for practice and for qualifying, you move the line before pit entry. You finish your lap, you duck in, get out of the way.
Okay. Now, what do you make of who do you like? Who's the favorite this year in IndyCar?
I've gone on record. I texted my buddy Todd Lewis. Todd does IndyCar coverage.
Yeah, because Paolo's won what? The last 5?
Something like that. Yeah.
He's won 3, and Paolo's won the last 3 for sure.
Untouchable. He's on another planet. Like I said, I got on record, talked to Todd Lewis this morning. He's down in St. Pete. He covers IndyCar for I guess it's now TSN, and he also covers our NASCAR Canada stuff. I'm calling Will Power as the champion. Willie P moves after the majority of his career with Penske, joins Andretti. I think Will's going to be fired up. I think he's going to have really good chemistry with Rob Edwards. Rob basically runs all of the Andretti operation in North America, and I just think for Rob, he's going to have a veteran driver. Nothing against Colton Herta, that was there for a number of years, and that's who Rob did strategy for. But just that new energy. It's a bit of a long shot because we really haven't seen how they're going to perform. But that's my long shot prediction for now.
Before I let you go, Brent from St. Albert asked if you've heard any rumblings about Prema returning to IndyCar. Go Cadillac.
No, I think the Prema deal is done and dusted. There's some stuff behind the scenes where their Russian money actually came from, whether it was Russian money. But I have a friend who was the operation manager of that team, and it looks like she's on the sidelines right now. So it sounded like there's a very interested party that it's rumor right now that wants to acquire those assets and maybe make a return to the series. Running another team, so we'll see. We'll see, and then pretty excited. I get to go to my first cheerleading event in a while, so I get to watch my kids over at the Expo Center tonight for watch the good old Perfect Storm Athletics put something together here.
All right, well, good luck with that. Enjoy it.
Always.
Awesome. There you go. That's the Race Report brought to you by CanTorque. We'll take a quick break. Let's get to the Con Man and a Sports 1440 update brought to you. Did I just hit my mic off? I think I might have. Brought to you by Fountain Tire. Need tires? Need wheels? Oil change? Vehicle repair? They do it all in one stop. FountainTire.com. Book your appointment today.
The Sports 1440 update.
There's 4 games on the ice tonight in the NHL. Sabres, Panthers, Golden Knights in Washington, Mammoth host the Wild, and the Jets taking on the Ducks. Dallas Stars forward Tyler Seguin will not be able to return his torn ACL that he suffered in early December. Without Seguin's $9.85 million on the cap, the Stars a little more room ahead of the trade deadline. In the association tonight, you got the Caps taking on the Pistons, Celtics up against the Nets, Knicks in Milwaukee, Mavs, Grizz, and the Nuggets taking on the Thunder. WHL, oil teams in red here. Puck drop at 7 in the BCHL. Spruce Grove hosting Brooks. Crusaders at home as well, taking on Trail. Both those games also start at 7 in the AJ4 games, including Calgary and Devon and Old hosting Whitecourt. And in the PWHL, Seattle taking on Toronto at 8. Down at the Saddle Center this weekend, Bears and Pandas volleyball hosting Manitoba and Can West quarterfinal action. Both teams leading 1-0 after winning last night. The doubleheader gets going at 6 o'clock. You also got Bears, Pandas wrestling, and Thunder Bay for U Sport Championship, and Pandas tennis in Vancouver taking on UBC in the Western Canadian Championship. Coming up in hour 3 of the Jason Gregor Show, we'll ask 5 questions and be joined by TSN's Craig Button. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, Stingray radio station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
Need a new ride for road trips, errands, or just life on the go? Go Auto offers a massive selection with over 15,000 new and used vehicles to choose from. With over 70 locations across Western Canada, finding your next ride has never been easier. Whether it's a roomy SUV for the family, a sleek car for the open road, or a rugged truck for your weekend adventures, you'll find it here at a price you'll love. Explore thousands of vehicles today at goauto.ca.
And now Action Electrical's testing team is on defense duty. They're the guardians of safety
enjoy
and
it.
compliance, a
Always.
critical part of any lineup.
Precisely. They perform rigorous safety and code compliance testing for commercial
Always.
operations. Think of them as
Enjoy it.
the referees,
Always.
ensuring everything is up to standard before disaster strikes.
Their preventative plays are legendary, spotting faults early. Hire the Action Electrical team to bring home a win for your project. Visit actionelectrical.net.
You see it? Fusion Promo Marketing can make it. Fusion makes high-quality, memorable promotional products for businesses.
Friday. Welcome back, Jason Gregor Show.
Get noticed and remembered. Fusion with a Z. Promomarketing.ca.
McValue meals
Whether
are
you're
here. Get the McD's you love for $5
By
plus
Alberta.
tax every day with your choice of a McDouble, Junior Chicken, or Chicken Snack Wrap with small fries and small fountain drink. All for just $5 plus taxes. Canadian restaurants. Product availability varies. Prices are
The weather doesn't care about your shift or your schedule. Carhartt Rain Defender sweatshirts let you battle back against the ever-changing elements. Carhartt's durable water-repellent technology lets light rain beat up and roll right off. Layer up and stay on the job longer without getting drenched. Get your Carhartt Rain Defender sweatshirts at all 3 of our Edmonton job site workwear locations.
Job site, workwear, tough different jobs.
I'm Rick Showers from No Bull RV, and I am a used RV salesman. But just because I love being a used RV salesman doesn't mean you would like doing my job all day long.
If you're selling your RV privately, that means that you have to be an RV salesman too.
That's right, Bob, and there's a lot of work involved. You have to find the customers, be ready to show it at a time and place that's convenient for the other guy, all the stuff you take for granted when you come to No Bull.
There's not a lot of glamour in being a used RV salesman, Rick.
I don't do it for the glamour, Bob. I love helping people enjoy the great outdoors on their terms. It's my life's work, but it doesn't have to be yours. When you sell your quality used RV with us, we take care of everything. Cleaning, repairs, commercials like this one to bring people in, and besides, I like being a used RV salesman a lot more than you do.
And that's No Bull.
NobleRV.ca.
When you hit the ice, it's all about you and your skates. The stride, the feel, the glide, the power, the performance. Why trust your skates to a grinding machine, or even worse, a tournament parent in a parking lot? At Aligned Custom Skate Performance in Sherwood Park, the art of skate fitting and sharpening is customized to the athlete.
Align Custom Skate Performance, where precision meets passion. Oh.
Visit AlignedSkate.com to learn more.
The longest running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sir introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Papa John's. Papa John's is making you 2 or more items for only $9.99 each from their Papa Pairings menu. Enjoy a medium 1-topping pizza, boneless wings, cheese sticks, and more. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
After 4 o'clock, running through Friday afternoon here on the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website, where 100% of the revenue stays right here in the lovely province at PlayAlberta.ca. I'm Jason Gregor alongside Wanye Gretz. We got Connor Halley with you, 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. Gregor Show is always brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. And we do have lots to get to this hour. Mark Spector's coming up in the 5 o'clock hour alongside Lota. We got 5 questions later on. We're going to get to stats of the day right away. Then we got Craig Button here with you. So let's get to the stats, because as always, you know, it's become this is our first week of it, and we get a lot of texts every time. People liking it. So we'll continue with our stat of the day, brought to you by All Star Construction. Underground utilities, power, gas, telecommunications, street lighting. That's what they specialize in. Founded in 2009. Sergey and the fellas. Keep it rolling. Directional drilling, hydro vacuuming, huge order fans as well. That is All Star Construction. And our stats of the day. So first off, I'm going to look at, to me, the biggest thing I've noticed in 2 games for the Edmonton Oilers. 18 seconds. Yeah, that's right. Blink and you might have missed it. You're probably like, where? Where did it happen? I didn't see it. Do you know what it was? In 18 seconds combined over 2 games? Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl playing together. 18 seconds. That's it. I have been pounding the drum on this. If you want to do the odd shift after power play, I'll get with it. Now, they pulled the goalie, so that's 6 on 5. That's why it's not listed there. Right? But they played a total of like 6 minutes together, mainly on the power play. And because that was 5:40 of power play time in the 2 games. And then they played just that final minute when Ingram left the net when they were trying to tie the Ducks. That's it. Otherwise, they're on their own lines. Draisaitl played 27 minutes and 54 seconds. McDavid played 30 minutes and 1 second. 5 on 5 away from each other. Draisaitl's line outshot the opponents 19-10. Now, the score was even 3-3, but that's mainly because he was on the ice twice for 2 of those soft goals against Jari. So I don't think that's a real reflection of his defense play. McDavid, meanwhile, his line outscored the opponents 4-2. So 30 minutes for McDavid, basically 28 minutes for Draisaitl. So 58 minutes 5 on 5 between the 2 of them. That's what it does. It gives you a lot more time against the opposition with one of them on the ice. That's an advantage. And so with neither one on the ice, 43 minutes, 5 on 5. The Oilers outshot opponents 23-13 and outscored them 3-1. That's a big win. All right, big win. Now, you had 11 forwards, so that does impact things a little bit. So the lines are moving around. Guys are taking different shifts here, there. But that's a big thing I noticed in 2 games. So Chris Knobloch did say he wanted to reduce the minutes. McDavid's down at 21, not long. Draisaitl's down under 18, actually. He only played 14 minutes last game, but still factored in on the final 4 goals for the Oilers. Other stats to jump out at me early on, Matt Savoy, 5 points. It's very early. But anytime a rookie has 5 points in 2 games, I'm talking about it. When was the last time the Oilers had a rookie get 5 points in 2 games? Well, you'd have to go back to McDavid's rookie season when he had 5 points in 1 game. But still, it's pretty good. And Matt Savoy tied with Braden Point for the league lead out of the Olympic break. How long will it last? We'll see. McDavid, Draisaitl, Hyman nipping at his heels. But, man, if I'm Matt Savoy, I'd be having some fun around the room. Hey, fellas, don't worry. I got it. Right? Like, of course, you'd have a little fun with it because you might not get to say it again. Right? 5 points in 2 games would be you're outscoring the 2 big dogs. That's a good thing. Now, the other stat that Oilers fans, I think, need to be aware of here in the next week, Matthias Janmark is out long-term. He's got an ailing shoulder problem, and it's something that they've tried to work through to play with. You know, his skating, anybody saw it, he could still fly, but, shooting, passing, almost non-existent, especially the shooting part. He had 1 goal. He's only got 3 goals in his last year and a half, 5 on 5. Not ideal. Or not 5 on 5, just overall. But they're not going to place him on LTIR right now because of the fact that if they're in LTIR, then Josh Szymanski is a 1.462 cap hit, and Ike Howard's a 1.6. You couldn't even call either one of them up. Now, you could call up Järventie, and you could call up James Hamlin, but you can't call up Szymanski. And I think Szymanski's the guy they really want to call up. So look for them to try to move it around so they can create enough space to call up Szymanski, get him on the roster. Then you could move Janmark to LTIR because when he's recalled, if you're not in LTIR, Szymanski's only a $975,000 cap. And then you could put Janmark on and use that cap space. So I could see them kind of making one deal first to free up some money to call up Szymanski, knowing that then we'll make the other deal because now we do have more cap space with Janmark off the roster. So just some unique little cap manipulations. It's all within the rules. It's an odd rule. I don't really understand why the bonuses of rookies, because if they're on the opening day roster and then you send them down, guess what? They don't count. Like their bonuses don't count. It's such a weird thing. Like I gotta get, capologist, like somebody from the league to say, okay, we were really worried about teams taking advantage of this. So we had to implement this rule. It just seems odd to me.
It's not fair to the rookies.
Not that exactly, like, because you're not hitting the bonuses. That's the thing. Like, they're not up long enough. Or like if you miss the first half, you're not hitting your bonuses. So you're hurting the team. And in a way, you're hurting the player on the opportunity to get recalled. So I don't know why they kept that one in. It's a strange, odd salary cap rule that I just don't understand. So I don't get it. Other things to look at for the Edmonton Oilers, as I mentioned earlier, 11 players have a goal since the Olympic break. 15 players on Edmonton scored a goal the entire month of January. 15 games. Basically, one guy would average a goal a game. Overall, it's a new game. Okay, we get a new goal score. It's kind of how it is. Lots of guys, of course, would score multiple goals. But having 11 guys feeling some mojo already, like look at Ty Emberson looking like a goal scorer. Right? And the other stats we should point out here that you shouldn't be sleeping on is Evan Bouchard. Evan Bouchard is on pace for 90 points. He's on pace to lead all defensemen in scoring. He's at 66 points. He's now 8 points ahead of Cale Makar. Now, Makar has a few games in hand. Quinn Hughes, 8 points up on Quinn Hughes. And you look at Bouchard, his minutes, 24:37. Makar is 25:04. Now, Quinn Hughes plays almost 28 minutes. He's playing 27:50. He's been playing over 28 minutes a night since being acquired by Minnesota. It's crazy. But Evan Bouchard, very quietly, look at his season here. He is having a really good year. And you can look at a lot of his other numbers. It's pretty solid. He's going to be a Norris Trophy in the conversation. Might be a finalist. We'll see how it all when it's all said and done. Now, Werenski's having himself a hell of a year. And, there's still this misconception that Evan Bouchard is just a terrible defensive defenseman. And that's the part that, because you know what that comes from? That comes from what I like to call the highlight generation. They don't watch anything else. They just watch the highlights. And trust me, I can tell you on social media, people see something, they believe it to be true. They don't even question it. All you got to do is look at the Connor McDavid interview where it was cut BS, cuts off his full answer and just shows his first 2 seconds. And people believe that was the total interaction. Like, even when you showed them the full one, it doesn't matter because it changes their whole opinion of it. So when people, look, Bouchard had a turnover. Bouchard had a turnover again. You don't think other guys have turnovers? It's kind of ridiculous. But you look at Bouchard, he's definitely going to be in the top 5 of Norris. And the way he's continuing on, he might find himself as a finalist.
Do you think he'll win a Norris in his career?
Up against Hughes and Makar, that's going to be tough. But like, you think about how well he's played in the playoffs when it matters most. And the fact of the matter is, if you compare his playoff numbers to Makar's playoff numbers, it's not even close. Like, it really isn't. Go look at the numbers. But yeah, I think he'd have a chance to win it. He's going to have to overcome. There's a lot of people, they get it in their mind and they don't change. Right? Like, think about it. Like, look in politics. I voted left. I'm always voting left. I voted right. I'm always voting right. Like, they never change. And so people are like, Evan Bouchard turns the puck over. So now when he does have a turnover, see, there it is again. Meanwhile, he's made 50 great plays in between, but no, he turns the puck over because that's what people promote. Some of his turnovers, they're kind of ghastly. I get it. But he's got infinitely more good plays than bad plays, like not even close to what the ratio would be. But people will take the one, and that's what they'll focus on. Well, no, Cale Makar never makes mistakes. I'm like, really? We could point out the mistakes he makes. What are you talking about? Right? Quinn Hughes does make mistakes. But the thing is, Bouchard, I will say yes, he wins one.
What is his level of, we know that there's a certain percentage of Oilers fans that don't like Evan Bouchard. Among the Professional Hockey Writers Association, those who actually vote for trophies, is he well regarded across the league?
I'd have to ask everyone.
Right. But as a general rule, though, he's liked better by the media types than a certain segment of Oilers fans.
It depends. I think you probably got a similar percentage. Like, trust me, make no mistake. And I am one of the voters. But I see what people vote on each year. And I'm kind of like, did you even do any research? Or did you just go with what's public? I don't, because people, like, what I always find comical is when someone who it's like they just want everybody to be a sheep. Well, I think this guy should be top 3, so everybody should agree. Why? What the hell are we learning if everyone just agrees? Because in a lot of cases, it's not that clear, cut, and dry by any stretch of the imagination. And so, the more data you have, the better. There's no doubt about that. And you look at giveaways overall. Like, is a goal a goal? Do you get more points for a highlight reel goal? No. So, yeah, you have a bad giveaway. And if you have an average giveaway that results in a goal against, is the end result the same? A goal against? So does it matter if it's a average giveaway or a terrible giveaway? If they both result in the goal against, why does it matter? But in the eyes of people, a glaring giveaway is worse, even though the end result's the same. So I would, you look at Bouchard and really October, November, but name the last time Bouchard had a glaring giveaway. When was the last one? I haven't seen one for quite some time. So, hey, Greggs, imagine Bouchard pinching like Makar in the gold medal game on the U.S. winner. Would have been all over sports media of how terrible the play was. Not blaming Makar. He's unreal and lost a 50 puck battle. Unfortunately, Hughes buried it. Jared, well, actually, you know what's interesting about that whole sequence is go back and watch the hesitation by Nathan MacKinnon. That's the one part, and I've watched that goal many times. Nate McKinnon's one of the best skaters in the world. No debate. I'm still stunned that he didn't get to that puck because and that just shows you, even the best skaters, if they hesitate, it can be death for anyone. So it is an interesting point. Like, look at if Bouchard, what about if it's Bouchard and Nurse when Boldy goes around Taves and Makar? Right? Oh my God, they're brutal. Didn't hear that. Right? And like I like to say, when I go back to the gold medal game, the thing that stands out most to me is when a goalie allows a bad goal, people go crazy. Nathan MacKinnon missed a wide open net. And those of you that freak out on goalies didn't remotely freak out on Nathan MacKinnon. If we're talking about losing the game, if one bad goal loses you the game, how does that not lose you the game? It's a wide open net. I would argue hitting a wide open net from that close is easier than stopping some of the pucks that the goalies have to say that we consider a bad goal. So that to me is wild. Hey guys, I've wondered many times about the effects of social media and just the impatience it causes the being immediate opinions based on what? Well said on Bouchard. Well, it is very true. People, you see something right away, and they've done the psychology on it. Once you get a thought in your head, it's really hard for people to want to exhale and breathe and be like, oh, I could have been wrong. Watch people rip on someone. They never go back and say, oh, I'm sorry, I was wrong. They just keep moving on. No, hey, I said it to myself, but I want everyone else to know that, I'll still keep it up there, right? Even though it's misleading and fake, I'll still keep it up there. Because you know what? I was right. No, you weren't. You weren't right. Right? And like Spitting Chicklets and Oilers Nation, I give them credit. They at least took it down, right? Because it was a falsified clip that didn't represent the actual interaction. More people should do it, but sadly, they don't. Let's come back. Craig Button will join us. It's the Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Sometimes you think about what you're going to do in the day. Go to work, pick up the kids from school, make supper. But at GS Construction, we think a little differently. Winter is our season to think, to plan, and to improve. We study, we innovate, we train. So when the thaw comes, we're ready to dig, build, and deliver even better, which means we need people like you. If you're thinking about joining the team at GS Construction, now's the time to do it. To apply and to see how we think, visit gsconstruction.ca.
Hello. You're never going to believe this. Booster Juice called your name today. You can get a free smoothie or acai bowl.
No way. And they're now.
Oh my gosh, you and my brother have the same name. Okay, I'm calling him next. I'm hanging up.
Booster Juice Names of the Day is back. 2 names are selected each day, and if your name matches, you can get a free smoothie or an acai bowl. Watch for your name on the Booster Rewards app and social media. Must be an app member to qualify. Booster Juice. Canadian-born, blending since 1999.
Made for some rough roads, but it means trails are now packed and ready for action. Don't miss out on riding adventures this winter with a Ski-Doo from Riverside Honda and Ski-Doo. Work or play with new 2026 Generation. generation 5 models with class-leading design and power. And right now, take advantage of 5.99% financing OAC. Only at Riverside Honda and Ski-Doo, 15 Inglewood Drive in St. Albert, and always at riversidehonda.com. Shop local, shop Canadian.
Well, get ready for a silly hockey fans. Your partner in power just skated onto the ice.
EWEL.ca, the new e-commerce website for electrical wholesalers Edmonton, is ready for the power play 24/7, 365.
UL skates to where the puck will be in 5 years. Now that's forward thinking.
Killer selection, slamming products from the best brands, and legendary service.
Don't sit on the bench. Get your account today at EWEL.ca and win that project.
Plug into your partner in power. Get an EWEL.ca account today.
Getting your vehicle sparkling clean doesn't have to cost a fortune. Take it into Hughes today and pay just loonies a wash.
Find us at hughescarwash.com.
McValue meals are here. Get the McD's you love for $5 plus tax every day with your choice of a McDouble, junior chicken, or chicken snack wrap with small fries and small fountain drink. All for just $5 plus taxes. Canadian restaurants. Product availability varies. Prices exclude delivery.
Remember 2025? That's so last year. But seriously, St. Albert Dodge needs to clear some 2025 models off the lot to make room for new inventory. So they're having a huge clear out of all the remaining new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Saharas. The Sahara package is the best seller, so they have a great selection to choose from and priced from as low as $59.9. I don't have to tell you, these are going to go fast. So get there before they are gone. Just head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
Want to invest in Alberta's workforce, fill your talent pipeline, and get funding? Careers, the next generation connects employers with motivated, pre-vetted youth through funded internships. Easy, impactful, and risk-free.
When you work with a group like Careers who have experience in that area, they can demystify and navigate all the complex steps and stakeholders that have to be involved.
Visit careersnextgen.ca today.
The longest running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sir introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440.
Portions of this hour brought to you by UL. Get your power play amped up with UL, supplying the City of Champions and Alberta with quality electrical gear since 1975. UL.ca is your partner in power.
This is Sports 1440, where Edmonton talks sports.
On YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Here's Jason Gregor.
Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
We roll through on a positive Friday. How are you, Jason Gregor? Cons, is that the what's on TV there right now?
NFL Combine.
Oh, there's the Combine. Oh, yeah. You and Declan, you guys got your notepads out here right now, just watching guys running cone drills. So
Pretty much me saying, Declan, does the production on field match what we're seeing here in the numbers?
Yes.
He runs a 4.3, but was he good in college?
Yeah, like, and hey, the 4.3 obviously means you're fast, but you're running a 4.3 in a straight line when no one touches you for 40 yards. How many times has that happened in the NFL? Like, there's a few times, right? If you just want to go route, I get it, right? And I understand you want the speed, but to me, they should be doing slant patterns and other things, and let's see that, right? Let's see him run a dig route. What's his time going to be on the dig route? What's his reaction time? Like, I wonder if that would be a little bit more, game style, right? Like, I still chuckle at, Sam Bennett couldn't do a pull-up. Sam Bennett, one of the most fierce players the NHL has seen in the last decade. Sam Bennett scared of anyone, right? Like, he always looks like he's a serial killer, right? He's got that beard on right now, and he's just kind of staring right through you, right? Guy scores a great goal, no smile. Let's get back and play, right? Like, guy's a big game player, but just couldn't do a pull-up. The hell does that have to do with anything? So, anywho. But it is good to see how fast some of the guys are. Like it is freakish how big and quick the offensive and defensive linemen are. Like, those are guys you're just like, some people, oh yeah, look at that big guy, gonna outrun him. No, not gonna happen. They're just gonna blow right by you. So that part to me as well. Like seeing the receivers be fast, I'm like, well, yeah, I just expect you to be fast. All of a sudden you're seeing some lineman running like a 4.8, 5.1. It's ridiculous. I wonder what our next guest could run after all his pickleball antics. We'd have to probably do his timer. Like, how quick is he? What's it called in pickleball? Is that called the house at the front? Yeah. What's his from the top of the house to the baseline? How quick is he? That's what you should be testing in pickleball, right? I got to think so. Anyway, let's get to our big guest of the day, brought to you by the Spruce Grove Saints. Check out exciting Saints action this weekend down at the Thompson Family Arena. Get your tickets, sgsaints.ca. is Craig Button from TSN, former NHL GM and scout. Ace analyst and scout for TSN joins us. Butts, what's your host to baseline time?
It's the kitchen. It's not the house. It's called the kitchen. It's called the kitchen. I've never done that, but I'm pretty quick. I am quick. Like,
Okay.
I've maintained my quickness. I still do squats and lots of leg work and weights and everything. So obviously I'm not as fast as I once was, but I'm quick and I can get to the right spots and everything. Now I will say this to you about the combine. I got 3 real quick stories for you. I spent some time with the New England Patriots back when I was with the Calgary Flames back in the early 2000s. So they told me they would go to the combine and they would measure guys. Like they said, Scott Pioli talked about it. He goes, hey, listen, 40-yard run, like they're fast. We just get guys that can run as fast to make sure they can't run past you. Like, so we get fast DBs and the fast wide receivers. But they measure guys, and here's where they measure guys: 5, 7, 12 yards. Because he said that's the time frame. We want to see how guys can get quickly to a spot, be able to make a cut, as you talk about a dig route. So, you talk about it. He also told me, Belichick said this, he goes, I see lots of fast guys. The most important thing for a receiver, can they catch the ball? I don't care. Like, yeah, you need certain elements. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, 2011 Combine in Buffalo. Colin Wilson came in there. He was a high pick to the Predators. Came in there, and do you see Colin Wilson? He's done this bench press. He's done this. It's unbelievable. You should see what this guy's doing. And then Ryan comes in. He does the measurements, the wingspan, and he does a bench press. And I saddle up next to him, and I go, geez, that bench press is going to really help you in hockey, isn't it? He kind of looks at me, and I go, yeah, usually when you're doing that motion, you're getting a cross-checking penalty. He just kind of chuckled. And he knew, you're going to go there and try to perform. Listen, I will, you know what you're looking for? You're looking for football players and hockey players. Like the combine, like give me a break. You're going to go spend the whole year or 2 years or 3 years watching these guys perform in their sport. And now you're going to penalize them or accelerate them based on what they did at a combine. More stupid mistakes are made on combine information than just about anywhere else. Full stop.
Yeah, I would agree with you, man. It's like 2 months ago when everyone's, Gavin McKenna, I'm not even sure he's that good anymore. And I'm just like, oh my God. And then, now all of a sudden, look at Gavin McKenna. I'm like, yeah, it might have taken him a little bit of time to adjust to a tougher league. And now guess what? He's adjusted and he's absolutely shredding it. Right? Like, yeah, it's just ridiculous sometimes. People are like, I want to be the first one to say that he's not the number 1 overall pick. I'm like, great, good for you. Greg, there are a few things that I could be the first. Well, I wouldn't be the first, but I crunched the numbers, and I'm saying it today on February 27th. It's official. At least the Senators and the Panthers are not making the playoffs. The Boston Bruins would have to play below what they've done now and just win 12 out of 24 games. They get to 97 points. The Leafs would have to win 16 out of 23, and the Panthers would have to win 15, and the Sens would have to win 15. Those teams haven't come close to that. Like, I'm sorry. They should all be sellers without a question.
Don't be sorry. One of the, it was a disappointment for Team Canada at the Olympics after the gold medal match. We all know that. But Nathan McKinnon, I thought, was great. He said, you can't fight reality. That was his little leg. And the reality was, hey, Canada played great. They couldn't find a way to get the goal to win that game. And I'm using the term now, you can't fight reality. What you just described, okay, for the Leafs, the Senators, and the Panthers is Don't fight reality. You wish it was different. You were hoping that it would be different. Now what are you going to be? Delusional that it's going to be different? You're right. Like, you start going and you bring up the Boston Bruins. The Boston Bruins recognized the reality. They didn't fight it last year. They said, we're moving guys. And there was guys, they moved Brandon Carlo. They weren't looking to move Brandon Carlo per se. But all of a sudden, Toronto's looking and they go, hey, would you be interested? Yeah, a deal's made. I totally agree with you. Winnipeg Jets. These are LA Kings. Like, you're just kidding yourself.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. Like the LA Kings, Craig. Oh my goodness, last night. Like, hey, Darcy Kemper, that Podkolzin goal. Oof, that was a rough goal. No question.
That game last night, the Edmonton Oilers were savage after the game against Anaheim, and we all know what unfolded, and the good, the bad, the ugly, and the even more ugly in that game for Edmonton. And I was thinking to myself, like, I don't care if it's back to back. LA might pay a big price, and the Oilers were savage on the LA Kings on Thursday night.
Oh yeah, it wasn't. They dominated that, and really they were way up on Anaheim in 40 minutes, and then had a terrible 20 minutes.
Yeah,
so Tristan Jarry has not had a good start in Edmonton. I know now. Oiler fans would point out, hey, Dwayne Rolson's first 10 games weren't good either. So hold out hope, dare to dream, whatever. But to me, it's a no-brainer. Connor Ingram's going to start tomorrow. But if do you see an ability for Jarry to play better? Like, he's not this bad, is he?
Yeah, well, it's no different. Like, okay, so why don't we look at Tristan Jarry? I agree with you. Like, do you believe he can play better? Yeah, I think Tristan knows he can play better. Can Bobrovsky play better? Yeah. Can Jordan Binnington play better? Yeah. So, when you've shown the ability to play at a really good, solid, consistent level, there should be every reason for belief in that play. And now what you try to do is you try to get Tristan into that place where he is doing the things that allow him to be successful. That's the goaltending coach. I mean, we talk about pitching coaches. So what happens when a pitcher, like he's not spotting his fastball, he can't, or the breaking ball. They start to look at, okay, he's dropping a little bit too quick. You start working on your arm angle again. You start working on where you're trying to release the ball. I think it's the same thing for goaltenders. What are you not doing that's preventing you from getting there? And that's where the goaltending coach has to come in. I put a lot of responsibility on the goaltending coach.
Yeah. So, and to me, like they had some time off. They come back off a week. Like, I'm playing Ingram tomorrow for sure. And I might even play Ingram against Ottawa and give Jarry 4, because the Oilers, you know what, they'll travel home. They'll probably have Sunday off. They'll practice Monday, practice Wednesday, Thursday. Like, you can spend lots of time with Jarry and work on some of the small little details, because it's not like he just loses all his ability, but because you watch some of the goals that he's allowed in, I'm just like, that's not a goal that should go in. Like, it's just that simple, right? Like, it's not like he doesn't have the ability to get across the ice. Like Stuart Skinner at times, you know what? He wasn't the best side to side. We all knew that, right? Okay. And so, you want to make subtle changes. Okay. In the case of Tristan Jarry, he'll go for making big saves, and then all of a sudden he just has like a puck go right through him. Like that fifth goal from Seneke was awful. Like, he makes a cut into the middle of the ice all day long. You should keep your stick flat on the ice. It's no goal, right? So do you think it's salvageable for the Oilers and Jarry this year?
Yes, I do. I do believe it's salvageable. When you're looking, I'm a big believer in this, is that, you come across challenges, you come across problems. Like, find solutions. Don't tell me what you're not doing. Like, and again, I'm not just putting this all. I mean, Tristan's got to recognize, okay, what do I got to do better? But this is where instruction. Like, I do not think that Tristan Jarry is sitting there going, oh, geez, I'm trying to do this on purpose. I think he knows, he looks, he goes, oh, geez, I was a little bit off. What you got to do is get him back on track. And that's what coaching is. Like, players, when everything's going, all they need is a pat in the back. Hey, great play, nice save. Hey, just keep doing the same thing. It's when they're struggling that they need the instruction. They need the corrections. And I think Tristan hasn't been able to play in the National Hockey League to have the level of success that he's had at different points by accident. It's not like it's an accidental thing. This is not Steve Penny from the 1984 Montreal Canadiens who caught lightning in a bottle. This is a capable goaltender. So yes, I absolutely believe this, but you got to go and find the solution. You got to work at it.
Yeah. Craig Button from TSN joins us. Craig, there's lots of players, that potentially could be available here. Like the Nashville Predators, to me, are wild. I looked at it since December 1st, third most points in the Western Conference. Only Minnesota and Colorado have more. They got 41 points in that time. It's top 9 in the whole league. They've moved to within 2 points of Seattle. I know there's lots of talk. They're going to move this. I don't think the Preds should trade away anybody. I think they should just keep going. I think they're a better team than Seattle. They can get in the playoffs.
Totally agree with you. And if you take a long stretch of play, so it's not like the Nashville Predators have to find a stretch of play. They're in a good stretch of play. December 1st, we're coming up on March 1st here on Sunday. Like, that's 3 months. I know there was an Olympic break there. I said today on TSN, I said this very clearly, because they talk about the players on the trade bait board, Steven Stamkos, Ryan O'Reilly. I said, if the Nashville Predators trade Steven Stamkos or Ryan O'Reilly, absent of a complete ransom coming back the other way, they're on the precipice of stupid. Like, it would be the dumbest thing you could possibly do, unless you're getting a ransom from somebody that's saying, you got to say yes to trading those guys, because they played too well for too long. And both O'Reilly and Stamkos have been instrumental in where they find themselves at this point.
Yeah, well, 100%, right? Like, I could see why teams would want them, but if you're the Nashville Predators, so like, what are you going to get that's really going to help your team? Certain organizations, you just want to get in, and the way they're playing, they would look and say, "Hey guys, for the last 2.5 months, we've just been as competitive as everybody else. We got more points than Dallas, for goodness sakes, and we're 2 points back at Colorado." Like, the Avs do not look like they were a juggernaut early. Like, they look still very good, but they don't look like, oh my God, no one can beat us right now. So the way you got Juuse Saros, you get into a series, hey, you never know. So yeah, I think that they should definitely continue on their path.
Agreed.
What about what do you think? Buffalo, Detroit, Montreal. What would you be looking to add for those teams?
Well, I think of Detroit. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about Justin Falk and that type of defenseman ending up in Detroit. I think Justin Falk would be a really nice addition there. Take a little pressure off of Seider. I think they have enough in their group. I mean, scoring. I mean, everybody's looking for a little bit more scoring. I'm never going to poo-poo on getting a little more scoring. I don't think that's. I think a defenseman that can fill in on that right side, play top 4 minutes, add some offense would be a really nice add for the Detroit Red Wings. The Buffalo Sabres. I don't really know. They're another team that's been a wagon. They've been really good. They got really good players. If anything, I might look, and we did this back in 1998. We added Mike Keane and Brian Skrudland, 2 really experienced players with a winning pedigree. Something like that might work really well for the Buffalo Sabres. They don't have anybody in their organization, on their team that's been part of winning. They're young. They got some talented players, but they have no record of winning. So I think a little bit of help there. For the Montreal Canadiens, Bobrovsky's name showed up on the trade bait board, and I don't know, he's an unrestricted free agent. Like, if the Montreal Canadiens could go and get Bobrovsky, that's what I'd be going and doing. I'd go get Bobrovsky. Like Sam Montembeault, he cost them Thursday night again. They played a really good game. He cost them against the Islanders. You can make the money work. You trade Line A, you give him a pick or give him a prospect or something. But that's what I would be doing to answer your question on those 3 teams.
Ooh, I kind of like that. And if you're the Panthers, I'm curious about a guy like Evan Rodrigue. They got a lot of good players in Florida, but Evan Rodrigue at $3 million with his experience and his versatility and his skill, you want to, like, Florida's going to regroup. Look at Tampa Bay. Like, just because you don't win the cup every year doesn't mean you're not a cup contender. And I fully expect Florida to be back next year, but you do want to find ways to restock the shelves a little bit. You got to move some guys. You can't keep everybody forever. So I would look at moving him, Craig, because I think there'd be a lot of suitors that'd be interested.
Okay, so let me zero in here. So, like, The Colorado Avalanche just went and created some cap space by acquiring Kulak and giving up Sam Girard.
Yeah.
And they do have some cap space. Like, you can't tell me, and I know you wouldn't, Evan Rodriguez would be a nice fit there. What about the Edmonton Oilers going after Evan Rodriguez?
Yeah, I think Edmonton's number one need is a second pair right shot defenseman.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jason.
Yeah.
I'm just, I'm just asking, like, spitballing about, like, I think Evan would be a really nice fit in Edmonton. Like, but I'm 100% on board with you. A right shot defenseman to play with, Okay, so let me ask you this then, as we spitball and have some fun here. Oliver Ekman-Larsson's been a really good left shot, right side defenseman. Would he be a good fit for the Edmonton Oilers playing with Nurse?
Yeah, see, I know it was brought up on our show, and I'm like, okay, maybe he's better at the right side than Wallman is. Like, Wallman looked okay there last year, but now, hey, maybe the 2 goals will get Wallman out of his funk. I have no idea, but Edmonton's, they've been looking for a second pair right D-men for as long as I can remember. Right. Yeah. Well, I shouldn't say that. Cody Ceci was actually better than people thought. They went to the Stanley Cup. Cody was actually pretty damn good for them at a cost and everything else. And, still one of the, look at that pass in Game 7. I don't care what anyone says. One of the greatest passes in order playoff history.
Yep, on the breakaway, right?
Yeah, to send Janmark in. It was unreal. And Janmark actually scored before his shoulder was bumped.
But can I ask a question? Was that Janmark's last goal? All kidding aside.
A memorable one for sure. Although he actually scored a few last year too in the playoffs.
Yeah, I know. I'm kidding.
God, this year it's like he's MIA. And I know his shoulder's been bugging him for a while, and I think finally it gave out. But I just think Edmonton needs a right shot defender who can move the puck. It'll make that pair so much better. And then if Wallman's my number 5, I don't care about salary cap this year, Craig. If Wallman's my number 5 and we got the cap space to make it work, because your number 5 defenseman's still playing 18 or 19 minutes on a good team. So why does it matter what his, if he can play in your third pair and help move the puck up and bring some offense there and defend, then it just makes your team better.
No question about it. It gives you strength deeper in your lineup. The cap's going to 104 million next year too. Let's not forget that. It's almost a $10 million raise on the cap. So and then it goes to 113. So there's not a problem when Jake Wallman at $7 million, goes next year when the contract kicks in, or the year after in year 2. Seriously, that's not a problem putting that one in.
Yeah. Do you think Bobrovsky has anything left?
I do. And the other thing too, when I saw his name show up, I also thought, is this, are the Florida Panthers sending a message to Bobrovsky? Hey, listen, we'd like to have you back. We know what you've done for us. Maybe what he's asking for in terms of dollars, they don't see it as a fit. So they put his name out there and saying, hey, you know what? Do you want to be here? Because if not, my belief, I should say my belief, my understanding is that he has a 16-team no trade list. So that means he can go to they can trade in the 16 places. And are the Florida Panthers, by putting his name out there, are they putting pressure on Sergei Bobrovsky to sign a contract extension? Because Tarasov's played really well, but he's an unrestricted free agent at this coming summer. So, does Bill Zito, Bill Zito's a sharp operator. He doesn't want to leave himself vulnerable with no Bobrovsky and Tarasov now having all the leverage. So it'll be interesting to see what they do.
Greg, great stuff, buddy. Enjoy it. And quickly, give me your stone cold mortal lock, bigger name player that's going to get traded.
Mortal lock. Yeah. You know what it did? Mortal lock. It feels like it really does feel like Nazem Kadri is going to move.
Ooh.
It really does. Okay. And again, I think that there's some room to maneuver. I think for the Calgary Flames, they're not just looking for draft picks. They need players that can come in and play on their team. And if it's reached the point, then I would say Naz would be a prime candidate. I really do. And I don't want to go to Toronto. Toronto has so many guys. Bobby McMahon's going to be traded. I don't think there's any question about it. But I'm going to go with Kadri. I'm going to go with Naz.
Oh, all right. Ooh, Kadri. I like it. Greg, great stuff, buddy. Have a good weekend.
Okay.
We'll chat with
you too. See ya. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Craig Button from TSN. Quick break. We'll come back. 5 questions on the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Hey, Edmonton, did you know a local Play Alberta winner scored over $500,000 on Mega Jackpots Ocean Bells? Think about the season tickets you could lock down with that kind of cash. From major casino winners every hour to jackpots worth millions and hundreds of popular games to money that stays in the province, there's never been a better time to sign up for Play Alberta. Download the app today to get started with casino, sports, and lottery all in one app. Must be 18 plus to play. When you gamble, use your game sense.
Oodle Noodle Origins. In 1864, Francis Oodle took over his dying father's business as a leatherman. He was quite proficient, but his heart was never truly in the trade. After his father's death, Oodle met a cocksure young man named Vladimir Nudell, who was a trailblazer in the popular new art of food boxes. They formed a partnership and aimed to ply their trade in the New World. At Ellis Island, Nudell was renamed David Noodle, and henceforth, the franchise has been known as Oodle Noodle.
Looking for the perfect gift? Give the gift of great taste with a Loca Quality Market gift card. Redeemable at any Loca Quality Market or Loca operated restaurant. It's a treat for food lovers. Ready anytime. Grab yours today at loca.ca.
1 in 3 adults don't get enough sleep. The Brick is here to help with deals on your entire bedroom. Save up to 50% off clearance mattresses, 50% off beds when you buy any 3 matching pieces. Buy one, get one half price on Sealy memory foam pillows, and save $100 off any adjustable power base when you buy a mattress over $9.99. Plus, check out other incredible savings in every department. Some exclusions apply. Check out the Brick in South Common, West Edmonton Mall, North Side, and downtown.
Hey, hon, I'm getting expressions and images to frame my hockey card collection in the man cave.
Perfect. I'll come with you and bring our wedding photos. For sports memorabilia and family treasures, think Expressions and Images, your local custom framer since 91. You name it, we frame it.
Debt can take over your life. The stress, the constant worry, it can feel like you're drowning. When people come to see me, they're often anxious and feeling hopeless. But when I explain how I can help them get out of debt, those feelings melt away. I'm Parveen Middleton, licensed insolvency trustee at BDO here in Edmonton. I will create a personalized debt relief plan so you can move forward with confidence. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to discover your debt-free future.
Any project, commercial or residential, when you need metal and you want it cut or bent fast, this is the place. Metal Supermarkets. Huge inventory, amazing service, and free parking. Free. That's a pretty big deal when you're saving up for something special. Yep, only 3 more payments and this bad boy's mine. And the 1, and the 2, and Metal Supermarkets, the local convenience stores for... And maybe a little polka too. Southside, West End, metalsupermarkets.com.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Riverside Honda, 59 years and counting as St. Albert and surrounding areas' premier Honda and Can-Am dealer. It's your dream. Ride it at riversidehonda.com.
This is Sports 1440, where Edmonton talks sports.
On YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Here's Jason Gregor.
Brought to you by playalberta.ca.
454. Hey guys, I love you and butts together. Greg's You Choose You podcast would be hilarious. Well, it would be fun. Greg and I like working together for sure. So, but I'm pretty busy. I can't do it anymore, man. I'm doing podcasts and doing writing and I'm doing shows. I appreciate that, but maybe later when I start to do a little bit less, which would be counterproductive because I'm still doing more. So that doesn't really make any sense. So we'll see. But I do enjoy having butts on. Maybe we'll get them on more than once a week. Maybe that's what we'll look at. Let's see. Let's get to 5 questions brought to you by The Brick, where some of you actually, did you know, 1 in 3 of you adult listeners doesn't have a good enough sleep. So go to The Brick. They're going to help you out. Mattresses. Maybe you want some better pillows. You get 50% off. You just need a new bed. Because lots of time you have the wrong mattress. Sleep better, feel better. The Brick. TheBrick.com.
It's time for 5 questions on the Jason Gregor Show.
All right, guys. Question number 1. We all know the Oilers needed that win last night, 8-1. But was there any player individually that you think needed their performance the most?
I don't think he needed it the most, but I was really happy Jake Wallman scored a couple goals. That's good stuff.
Needed it the most. Well, I'm going to say Connor Ingram. Just to, kind of stop the bleeding and have a game where they're not giving up 3 or 4 goals. Just be steady. So I'm going to say the goalie.
Question number 2. What happens tomorrow afternoon in San Jose with the score and a bold prediction?
I think the Oilers are going to win. Put 5-3 on it. And I think Leon's going to cross-check Celebrini for getting a bit too friendly with Connor at the Olympics.
I would say the Oilers are going to win. They're just the better teams. Celebrini in San Jose, it'll be fun, but there's still a little bit of the big brother saying, okay, we'll show you who the big brother still is. Bold prediction. Adam Henrique scores a goal.
All right. Question number 3, Gregor, you mentioned it, the NFL Combine going on right now. In the studio, if you did the NHL on-ice Combine, what drill do you think would be the most important? And feel free to make one up here.
Drill most important. Honestly, it'd be simple. I'd be having someone firing pucks. You're skating up through traffic. Can you catch the puck on your backhand and handle it? There's so many players that aren't proficient on your backhand. And the ones that are, just look at how much better success they have. So that'd be it for forwards. And then defensemen, it'd be like, how clean can you pick the puck off on ring arounds? Those are the 2 things, because there's so much of the game that's played along the boards for defense.
Just for entertainment, how about like the slap shot o-meter, like in the All-Star game? Make all the prospects hit a clapper.
All right. Question number 4. The NFLPA released their team grades where players can anonymously give their franchise grades in a bunch of categories. I shared that list with you. If you were a free agent, what categories would be the most important to you?
So the categories are treatment of families, home game field, food, dining area, nutritionist, dietitian, locker room, training staff, weight room, strength coaches, position coaches, O coordinator, D coordinator, special teams, team travel, head coach, GM, team ownership, overall rank. So what would be the most important? Well, I think it might change depending on where I'm at in my career. Right? If I'm an established player, I think number 1 is going to be the head coach. Number 2 is probably going to be the training staff, because if I'm an established player, my body's probably taking a little bit more punishment. So I want to make sure that it's good. And then I would say home game field conditions. When you read about the field that you play on and the wear and tear on your body, that would be it.
I think it'd be general manager and head coach, because you want to make sure that the ship is pointed in the right direction and you have everything you need to get there. And then, especially if you're established, treatment of families seems to be a soft thing that isn't that crazy. It might not be easy to have your GM be unreal, but it seems pretty easy to treat the families well. Those are my 3.
Always remember Rantanen in Carolina and how his wife was treated. Might have changed things. Final question for you guys.
Oh, they put her up at what he's referring to is they put her up at a hotel, like when they got into town, basically out by the airport, and he left like the next day on a long road trip. And so she's there was nothing around to even go. Yeah. So it was like, maybe put her downtown. So I know it seems like a small thing. It just little things like that can matter.
But it's fixable. I think that's why it's an important indicator of the team, right?
Yeah.
Final question for you guys. Earlier this week on the show, the topic of bullies came up, and I said, I really like those guys who redeem themselves. The Jamie Tarts from Ted Lasso, Steve Harrington in Stranger Things. So I want to ask you, was there a character redemption arc that you enjoyed the most? A movie, TV show, whatever it might be.
Connor, not only do I have nothing for this question, I read the list of character redemption arcs you linked. I didn't even know most of those people. Preposterous.
You could say Zach Cassian with the Oilers.
Well, after what he did to old Samwise.
Yeah.
It's not a bad point.
I actually was stunned that that's not who you picked.
Zach Cassian? Well, wasn't
Yes.
He's on a show.
Well, sports is a show. It's a different episode.
Real to me.
82 episodes a year. Yeah, I'm trying to think like redemption arc. That's a good question, because you look at somebody who, I don't love they're so bad, and then it's not believable that they would have this great turnaround, right? Like sometimes that's not great. So if I had to pick one, I'm going to go with Jamie Lannister, right? I love that Cersei didn't change. She was a villain from the start and remained a villain. It was awesome, right? But Jamie, you know what? He kind of showed a little bit at the end that he had just a tinge of empathy that, you know what, maybe, like obviously made a few odd choices. Hello, sister. A little bit weird times. Okay. But he I felt like near the end, like he was never a favorite, but you're just like, he showed that, he wasn't a complete douche. So I'll go with him. Because a lot of the other ones I was like, that I didn't know on the list. And the only other one I thought of maybe was Doc Holliday. But I didn't ever think Doc was that bad well, that was the one in Wynonna Earp, not Wyatt Earp, Wynonna Earp. I don't know if you ever saw the one, but kind of stupid. But anyway, so
you love Westerns.
I do love Westerns, buddy. God, they're so good. So good. So no. Hey, Greg's, but he still went back to Cersei. Yeah, that's my point. It wasn't a complete like Rags to Riches stories are kind of fun, but inherently that's who he was. But he still had some empathy in some of the things that he did along the way that were a little bit stand up. It didn't mean everything he did. And that's kind of more of a reflection of true life. Like there's lots of people that can do lots of good things in life. And then it all depends on the level of the bad, right? Like nowadays you got a lot of faux outrage online. Like, how many, and sorry, but how many uninformed people left voice messages, you better fire Mark Spector because I didn't agree with his question. What freaking world do you live in that you think if one question you don't like, and by the way, it wasn't even that bad of a question. If you ever would have saw it presented the first time with the whole real thing, wouldn't even be a story, let's be honest there. But people wanted someone fired over, I don't like that. That's how people are nowadays. I disagree with it. And because I disagree with it, you should be fired. Like, I would never ask for somebody to be fired. Now, if you rape someone or you murder someone, well, that's a little bit different, right? That's a number 10. So unfortunately, we're at the stage now where, the minute I disagree with someone, I'm going to insult them and call them names. Oh, you're a lefty lunatic or you're a righty idiot. Like, it's so goddamn annoying. And anybody in your circle who does it, you should call them out on it. That's what you should do. Like, are you seriously, this is what you're going to freak out over? We're not ever allowed to disagree. We're supposed to all I can only hang out with people who agree with me on everything. Like, God, it's off. Anyway, so there you go. Cons, what about you? Who's your redemption arc?
Well, I mean, I would go with the two I had there were the big ones for me. But, I got to say, in one of my favorite movies, I didn't like Gary Bertier in Remember the Titans. And eventually, left side, strong side, they kind of figured it out. And he became pretty cool. So
not a bad one.
Yeah.
And then he unfortunately had a terrible ending. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Up and down for Gary. Went to the Paralympics, dominated, and died. But in the movie, the arc was there.
Yeah, there you go.
Then died.
Mm-hmm. Yikes.
Coming for all of us.
Yeah, that's true. Let's get to the Con Man and a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Spring is coming, and so are the Corvettes. Oh, you might always think about having one, right? Well, they got them in the showroom. Go check them out. 0% financing, northgategm.com.
The Sports 1440 update.
Well, late night in the NHL, just 4 games on the schedule. Sabres in Florida taking on the Panthers. Caps host tonight. Wild taking on the Mammoth and the Jets in Anaheim. In the association should be a fun one. Thunder Nuggets at 7:30. Before that, you've got the Mavs and the Grizz. The Knicks in Milwaukee. Celtics host the Nets and the Cavaliers taking on the Pistons. In the WHL, Oil Kings and Red Deer up against the Rebels. Puck drop 7 o'clock. Tomorrow they'll host the Hurricanes down at Rogers Place. In the BCHL, you've got Spruce Grove Saints hosting Brooks at 7. Also Crusaders at home taking on Trail. In the AJ4 games, including Calgary and Devon and Old hosting Whitecourt. PWHL has Seattle hosting Toronto just after 8. At the Saddle Center this weekend, the Bears and Pandas volleyball hosting Manitoba in the Canwest quarterfinals. Both teams leading 1-0 after winning last night. Doubleheader gets going this evening at 6. And the Pandas Bear Wrestling and Thunder Bay for U Sports Championship. Pandas Tennis in Vancouver taking on UBC in the Western Canadian Championship. Coming up in hour 4 of the Jason Gregor Show, we'll be joined by Mark Spector, Rogers Sportsnet, Alan Mitchell, host of the Lowdown Flow Tide, and Cam Tate is back with a 2-minute warning. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
Japa Machinery Group knows that XCMG may not roll off the tongue, but Japa's team will help keep your construction jobs rolling on time and on budget with heavy equipment sales and rentals. Visit japamachinery.com to find out more.
There's a lot of great seasons in Alberta. Hockey season, harvest season, the winter season, and the even more winter season. But GS Construction is already preparing for our next great season, because while the city slows down, we plan ahead. Projects, people, and pipelines. Everything starts taking shape for another strong year underground. We're also getting ready for our next hiring season in March. We want new people who want to build something that lasts. For more on us and to apply, visit gsconstruction.ca.
You've got a go-to coffee spot, a trusted barber, even a lucky game day jersey. But when it's about looking your absolute best, there's only one name you need: Mr. Dirk. Family run since 1939, we're experts in crafting impeccable tailor-made suits and offering a wide variety of everyday styles. Pair that with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site tailoring. Mr. Dirk elevates your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirk.com. Score big on style with Mr. Dirk.
At Fountain Tire, success is a team effort. They're committed to their team members and their customers. And that means treating your vehicle like it's their own and finding solutions that suit your needs. Because whatever the road brings ahead, they're on it with you. Visit FountainTire.com today. The longest running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sir introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440.
Noodle, 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 noodle. Noodle, 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 noodle. Noodle, 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 noodle. Trouble low down to Oodle Noodle tonight because dine-in is open.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Free trips, free iPads, a barbecue, a wood stove, the #1 dealer in the world. What? Who cares? How about no pressure, a great deal, finance rates as low as 0%, great values you can be happy with, and an indoor showroom. And we're pretty good people. Stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
The job isn't done until the last load is hauled, and having a semi-trailer out of commission is not an option. Whether replacing or adding to your convoy, Edmonton Trailer has a huge inventory of new and used semi-trailers, trusted by the gravel, logging, oil field, fluids, and freight industries. Find a trailer right for you online or at one of their 3 locations. For sales, service, parts, rental, and finance, when you're in it for the long haul, Edmonton Trailer.
Are you overwhelmed by debt and getting nonstop calls from creditors? It can feel like there's no escape. Debt doesn't have to be a life sentence. A single call can turn things around. My name is Parveen Middleton. I'm a licensed insolvency trustee at BDO right here in Edmonton. I can help you become debt-free with a solution just for you. Let's put an end to those calls from creditors together. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to discover your debt-free future.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Crystal Glass, your clear choice for residential windows, locally manufactured and installed. Crystal Glass provides a beautiful product and incredible customer services for all your residential needs. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca for a quote.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
$5.10. Welcome back, Jason Gregor, Wanye Gretz, Connor Halley. Positive Friday. Hope you got great plans for the weekend. Hey, whatever it is, do you have like a, going back to when I was a kid, so I've continued in my family. Like we always had fish and chips on Friday nights. It was unreal. Oh, Captain Highliners. Oh, those are unbelievable. Love it. Now we have a homemade pizza night. Fantastic. Love it. Look forward to it. It's one of those things. So I don't know if you have a night of the week that's a certain thing. It's always good, man. Even I look forward to it. Can't wait. Right? A little shrimp. We always try a few different things, but end up going back to a lot of the classics. But like shrimp and pesto, man, little sun-dried tomatoes on there. Oof, good. Check it out.
When I worked at Nevada Bob's, when I used to order pizzas, and as a little kid, this was extremely exciting to go to work and order pizzas. And one day they messed up. They said, we put the wrong toppings on the wrong pizza. Does anybody want to eat ham and shrimp? It's actually delicious.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
And if you order that with the boys, everyone goes, oh, gross, ham and shrimp. And they leave it alone.
Oh.
It's genius.
It is. I like it.
Ham and shrimp.
Gregor Show is always brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca, where tonight could be your night. Lotto Max, $70 million and 10 max millions. So lots of chances to win. Get your tickets at PlayAlberta.ca. And while you're there, check out the Jason Gregor Show odds boost and more. We'll have one up later on tonight as well for a little parlay with some players who we think will be productive in the game tomorrow. Meanwhile, let's get to the Spec Report, brought to you by GS Construction and GS. They are hiring right now. If you're looking for an unbelievable company that's always growing, expanding, and loves promoting from within, lots of their guys now that are at the top of the food chain, they start at the bottom, and they like promoting within. You got a great work ethic, good team player. Check it out, gsconstruction.ca. As Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet joins us, and Spec, the Edmonton Oilers looked like an angry team last night and took it out on the LA Kings.
They did. They played exceptionally well. I was pretty, when you went to natural stat trick after the game, they gave up 5 grade A chances or high danger scoring chances.
I think that's too high, to be honest, but
maybe. I'm not telling you that natural stat trick is God, but that's what they said. Yeah. So the point would be, you give up that little, you're going to win hockey games, right? I mean, they got really fortunate. The goaltending in LA was absolutely gruesome. But you know what? They were the better team all night long, no matter what.
Oh God, yeah. That Podkolzin goal was definitely not.
The Emberson goal was no good. The Podkolzin goal was no good. There was a couple goals. The second Wallman goal that went through Forsberg was no good. There was 3 or 4 awful goals there, man. If those goals went in on an Oilers goalie, we'd be talking about them.
Yeah, no, that is very true. The Oilers, the one thing, Spec, in 2 games, very small sample size, very small.
Yes.
5-on-5. Leon Draisaitl, Connor McDavid have played a total of 18 seconds together in the last 2 games at 5-on-5. Yeah. I have argued for a long time the team is better when they're apart. Now, I know they had the lead for basically the majority of the game. And obviously, when you pulled the goalie, they played together. That's not 5-on-5. So I understand it. They obviously played together on the power play. Power play continues to be very good. But you just see how it rotate. And they also did it with 11 forwards, because I know Janmark played basically 2 minutes of the first game, and that's it. So I've looked at it. You see some different combinations here. And I know that Frederick and them haven't scored, but that Frederick, Henrique, Podkolzin line, the Savoy, Roslovic, Draisaitl combination, there's a lot of guys that 11 goal scorers in 2 games after having 15 goal scorers in 15 games in January.
It's always been a chicken or egg thing, Jay. Does the support scoring not come because the head coach breaks up his lines and puts McDavid and Draisaitl together too much? Or does he break up his lines and put those 2 together too much because there's no support scoring? So for the last 2 games, he's kept his lines together, and they've got tons of support scoring. The Draisaitl line scored a bunch. Really like the Henrique's line. The 4th line with Lazar, they got the puck. They're in the other zone. It's a good line. So, the only thing that's skewed about your stat, the 18 seconds thing, is I think that they trailed in those last 2 games for a grand total of about $1.30. So, come at me with that stat when they're trailing in games. I'm not sure that it's going to be quite the same.
Well, the point is you've had success. So you get a trend with doing it. I think it's better for the team overall. And I felt at times they fell into that trap a little too often. Other things I've noticed the last 2 games, Spec, is a few subtle changes. They've gone away from that long break pass all the time. They're playing a little bit more supportive, closer to the puck, and it's had more success.
Yeah, that's for sure. You can see that. And they're easier passes to make because guys are closer, and there's not 3 sticks in between you and your target. So it's just, it's closer. It's tighter hockey. The 5-man unit is closer together. It goes up ice together instead of 2 guys being at the far blue line. I'm not a fan of that hockey. I think that it'll get you a goal and win you the odd game, but you can't play like that all the time. And when the playoffs come, nobody plays like that. So I kind of question why we do it in the regular season if we know that when the stretch run comes, the playoffs comes, we're going back to what you just described. Like, why are we doing it in November then? Why don't we play that way all year long?
Well, it's hard to play anyway at one. No one plays all that way 1 year. Colorado started great. They're now in a funk. Tampa Bay started terrible. Now they're dominant. No team plays all year in a great way. So I would never expect.
I'm not saying great. I'm saying stylistically.
Yeah.
Why are you so spread out? Why are you running those long passes for 3 months when you know that those things aren't going to be part of your arsenal when the games count?
Yeah. Well, I think it's a part of the Oilers players. It's coaching's one thing. I still think the Oilers players, look at how many bad giveaways they had. That was never systemic. That was never structured. They were, hey guys, let's come up here. Let's just try to force these passes as turnovers. So I think it's a combination of a few things. Make some changes that tweak it as a coach. Good. Players make better decisions when they're on the ice. Suddenly everything looks better. Right. And now the key is, because we've seen the Oilers have good games. They spanked Seattle 9-4 one night, they won 6-1. We've seen them have good games. To me, it's like,
shutouts.
Yeah, right. Let's see them now. Can you go on a little bit of a stretch here? San Jose is a team below you in the standings. Ottawa is a team below you in the standings. You need to go on a little bit more of a run here. And my question to you is, Ingram, I'm playing him tomorrow for sure. And I might even play him against Ottawa here. Tristan Jarry's got to get to a point where he has to earn starts again rather than just be given starts again.
Yeah, I think we're at the point in the season where the best goalie gets the net. It's just because you got traded for the former number one shouldn't give you a leg up anymore. Tristan Jarry's had a real chance here to grab the reins and run with things here. He's been the guy that's been afforded. He's been the de facto number one. He's played the first game coming out of the break. And he's had every chance to take the job and become the number one, and he hasn't grabbed it, right? He just hasn't grabbed it. So at this, we're 25 games left. It needs to be, 22 games left. It becomes at some point just a meritocracy. It's kind of like the guy that got drafted in the first round 6 years ago. When do we stop caring where he got drafted? And I think we're there with Jerry. If Ingram's going to outplay, I wrote Ingram. There's a piece that should be up anytime here on sportsnet.ca. He's an interesting cat. But for sure, to me, the guy who's playing best plays more often. And if the other guy could worm his way into the equation, great. But if Ingram just keeps playing well, I don't see why we feel compelled to hand some job back to Jarry that his play does not command.
Yeah, well, hey, 100%. And I'll be interested to see what they were, because Jarry, it's like Stuart Skinner, we knew at times, hey, Stuart Skinner wasn't the greatest side to side, and you weren't going to magically change it. So there was, positioning, maybe don't be as aggressive. That would help you have less space. When I look at Jarry, that's not a problem with him. To me, it just seems to be focus. I look at that fifth goal, just went right through him, right?
Yeah.
Right through him. He's in the middle net. He's in good position. Went right through him. So his just seems to be a focus. And I could think of one game this year where I was since he's come to Edmonton, where I was wow, Jarry played really well tonight. Can you think of more than that? Other games he was good, but I'm saying really well.
Yeah, where he really stole a game. I'd have to think back. I mean, I've liked a lot of his play along the way, but so you're describing a guy that's inconsistent. You're describing a guy that lets a goal in, that makes a bunch of good saves on tough chances, and then lets one in on a chance that's not that tough. And, the goalie nerds like Kevin Woodley, he can diagnose why and how and east to west and what does he call them? Dead angle chances and all that. All that stuff, man, that's above my head, my pay grade. If you're telling me I got a goalie that lets in 2 bad goals a game that aren't supposed to go in, do we really care why? I don't care why or how or which or whom, or give me saves, right? You're give me saves. You're going to get beat. Goalies get beat. I totally understand that, but I, don't try to explain away, well, it was east to west. I don't care how it went in. If it's a shot that should be saved, your job is to save it. And if you're going to win anything around here, you just can't be giving up 3 goals every night by your goalie. No team can survive that. Certainly this team is one of those.
Spec, you got a week.
Okay.
Stan Bowman. Now, what's interesting is how they're going to try to work around this Janmark situation, because I think they'd like to get Szymanski up, but they can't put Janmark on LTR because they don't have the space to pull up Szymanski. So that kind of wheel and deal beforehand, get Szymanski on the roster at $975, then put Janmark onto LTIR. That's the way they're going to have to do it. I'll be curious to see what moves they make. How long do you think before Mangiapane's moved?
Oh my God. I mean, who knows?
But do you think it's is it a guarantee that he gets traded?
Yeah, I mean, listen, the only guarantee is that Stan Bowman has to clear cap space to make a trade. He's got to get cap space out of here. So, Kevin Carius was talking this morning. What if he he played well last night? What if he keeps playing well? And I said, okay, then who else are you trading that's going to get you that cap space?
Yeah.
And Stan Bowman has to move somebody out to be able to afford to bring anyone in. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
So I don't see how a couple good games changes that for Mangiapane. Mangiapane's the guy. He's going out. So when does it happen? We've gone from trade Mangiapane, sit on that cap space and make a trade later, to I guess the only way we're trading Mangiapane is if he's involved directly in the trade that brings in the, Larson, or whoever you want.
Yeah, that was the only way I thought the trade was ever going to happen. I didn't think Mangiapane on his own was ever really going to get dealt. I just didn't think that was realistic.
When they started down this road 3 months ago, I think it was a possibility. But as the trade deadline nears, I think separate deals is fairly unlikely. We're looking at, probably the same deal. So all you can do is if Mangiapane plays well, at least it's palatable. So the GM brings a guy in who's going hot. You got to look at it from the other side. Some other city is going to look at whatever their GM got from the Oilers. And if Mangiapane, hasn't done anything all year, that guy's going to get grilled. He doesn't want that situation. So if Mangiapane keeps playing well, scores some goals, it'll help things. It'll grease the skids for sure.
Spec, have a good one. We'll chat with you on Monday.
Hey, sounds good, Jake.
There you go. That is the Spec Report brought to you by GS Construction. When we return, we got Alan Mitchell. Also, he's out of hospital. Good news, the return of the 2-minute warning with Cam Tate. The Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Hello. You're never going to believe this. Booster Juice called your name today. You can get a free smoothie or acai bowl.
No way. I'm heading there now.
Oh my gosh. You and my brother had the same name. Okay, I'm calling him next. I'm hanging up.
Booster Juice Names of the Day is back. 2 names are selected each day, and if your name matches, you can get a free smoothie or an acai bowl. Watch for your name on the Booster Rewards app and social media. Must be an app member to qualify. Booster Juice. Canadian born, blending since 1999.
You've got a go-to coffee spot, a trusted barber, even a lucky game day jersey. But when it's about looking your absolute best, there's only one name you need. Mr. Dirk. Family run since 1939. We're experts in crafting impeccable tailor-made suits and offering a wide variety of everyday styles. Pair that with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site tailoring. Mr. Dirk elevates your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirk.com. Score big on style with Mr. Dirk.
Excavators, loaders, lifts, compaction equipment, and more. Find the XCMG construction equipment you need. Available for rental or sale at Japa Machinery Group. Japa, helping build Alberta from the ground up for 50 years. Visit japamachinery.com.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
It's the iconic Jasper Ave Patty Party. That's on the rocks.
We're turning Jasper Avenue green.
Your 5-day St. Patty's Day party kicks off Friday at OTR.
With live entertainment every day.
Including the Feelin' Lucky Burlesque show on Sunday.
Plus pipers, Irish dancers, and doors open at 9 a.m. on the 17th.
We got more green beer than Marco has fancy shirts. And trust me, that's a lot.
Lucky the Leprechaun will be there.
Will you?
It's the iconic Jasper Ave Patty Party. That's on the rocks. Next round's on me. Woohoo!
Wow,
Ready for a silly hockey fans. Your partner in power just skated onto the ice.
EWEL.ca, the new e-commerce website for electrical wholesalers Edmonton, is ready for the power play 24/7, 365.
UL skates to where the puck will be in 5 years. Now that's forward thinking.
Killer selection, slamming products from the best brands, and legendary service.
Don't sit on the bench. Get your account today at ewell.ca and win that project.
Plug into your partner in power. Get an EWEL.ca account today.
You matter. Your mental health matters, and you're braver than you think. Not Alone is an organization focused on creating a space of acceptance and support through tough, meaningful conversation. Use code 1440 for 15% off at notaloneco.com. It's okay to not be okay.
1 in 3 adults don't get enough sleep. The Brick is here to help with deals on your entire bedroom. Save up to 50% off clearance mattresses, 50% off beds when you buy any 3 matching pieces. Buy one, get one half price on ceiling memory foam pillows, and save $100 off any adjustable power base when you buy a mattress over $9.99. Plus, check out other incredible savings in every department. Some exclusions apply. Check out The Brick in South Common, West Ed Mall, North Side, and downtown.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Sherbrooke Liquor, the best place for wine, cocktails, and beers from all over the world. Also, a variety of excellent non-alcoholic options. See more at SherbrookeLiquor.com.
This is Sports 1440, where Edmonton talks sports.
On YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Here's Jason Gregor.
Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
Positive Friday as we roll through. Cam Tate's coming up in a bit. Get to Wanye's World as well. So busy way to end the show. Hope you are having a lovely day. It's time for the Oil Report, brought to you by Go Auto. And at Go Auto, got hooked up with a new Honda Pilot today. Test drove. Man, that thing is spacious. Big. And anytime you get a new vehicle, you're all just like, you kind of feel like just everything feels different, right? And I don't care if it's like a used vehicle or a new vehicle. When you get a new vehicle, it just kind of feels different the first time. Like you're used to where the buttons are, you're used to where this goes. And so it always takes a while. You feel kind of like a newbie, and like the steering wheel feels different, everything. But my first impressions of the Pilot, man, it is really special. I'll say, if you're a tall person, like I'm tall, and I'm like, God, there is a lot of room in here. Like it's probably maybe the most spacious interior I've ever sat on an SUV. So if you're a big person, you might want to consider the Pilot. So there you go, at goauto.ca. As we welcome in Alan Mitchell to the show, host of The Lowdown, noon to 2 on Sports 1440. LT, how long would you run with Ingram in goal?
Well, I mean, right now I'd run until he, falters. I feel like, Tristan Jarry hasn't, nobody can argue he's had a full chance at it, but they, the games coming up are important for these Oilers. Everybody pretty much has games in hand on them, and he's playing well. He looks calm, and they play well in front of him. I don't know. I think as like when you observe an NHL team, you always kind of feel like there's some goalies who just fit like a glove for the team that plays in front of them. And for me, I think Ingram was a real find. I think that the price tag was really good, but we didn't really know. But when you watch him play, he's got calm feet. He moves well. I think that the Oilers are a little bit difficult sometimes to play in front of, and he doesn't seem to be fazed by it. It reminds me a little bit of Cam Talbot when he first came here a decade ago. Not that he had, necessarily Talbot's path, although Talbot was blocked at the Rangers. But for me right now, I think that it's kind of an emerging story how well, regardless of Jarry, leaving him aside, how well Ingram is playing. And I think you probably just pursue that until he hits a wall, and maybe he does not.
Yeah, like you're not going to overplay a guy for me, but I think Tristan Jarry's at a point where he's gonna have to come in. He's gonna have to compete for the job. I think at first they kind of gave him the starting job. You just look at the start rotations. I think now it's going to have to be a competition.
Yeah, and the games are are too important right now. Like you'd like to get, home ice or whatever. The Pacific is a ridiculous. I don't know. I don't know if you've looked at it. I've stared at it a bit, but I haven't done any real work on it. But I don't know how many points it's going to take to finish second in the Pacific Division. It's pretty weak right now.
Yeah, 92, I think, Al.
Yeah,
honestly,
I think that's fair, right? So that's not a hard job for the Oilers to get there, but they've got to win hockey games here. So, I mean, if they go on a 5-game winning streak, we can stop talking about it. But they need somebody to backstop that 5-game winning streak, and I think right now Ingram's the best bet.
Yeah, why not? Well, it always helps when you score 8 goals. The opposing goalie wasn't very good, but the Oilers were still good. They dominated that game. They didn't give up a lot of chances. And now they have 11 different goal scorers in 2 games after having 15 goal scorers in the 15 games in January.
Yeah, their outlets are good. The defense is jumping into the play. They're getting points. Paul Coffey, I think, is not to give over credit, but they've really kind of used the whole ice. They still do the stretch pass. They always have.
Much, though.
They've cut back on it, and I just think they're harder to play against because they're less predictable. And I think that's what Coffey's done, or at least the coaching staff has done. But I also think they've gotten, like that third line. You mentioned it on Monday, Gregor. That Henrique line. You said let them cook. I remember talking to you about it, and that line, even though they're not the number 1 line or even the number 2 line, they do sort of at times change the tilt the ice a little bit because they're physical. They're not easy to play against, and they're using skill. Frederick has shown more skill in the last couple of games than he has all season. I think he's really coming around now. And Podkolzin is, I think he's 1 point away from a career high in points. And Henrique looked good. I mean, he really has. Whatever was wrong with him, it's pretty clear that he's playing better now. So a combination of health, maybe a fresh viewpoint from Coffey. It's unfortunate they lost that Anaheim game, but I mean, if they win in San Jose, then you wanted a 3-2-0 start, and or a February, and you didn't get it, but you were 2-0 after coming out of the Olympic break, so that's not so bad.
LT, we were debating earlier today, and I'd like to get your take on things. Do you think Evan Bouchard will win a Norris in his career?
Boy, it's tough, man. I'm telling you, because the Norris Trophy, you have to be, maybe a car or, one of those guys. Usually he goes to a really good 2-way guy. I think Bouchard is, like the numbers say, he is like a strong candidate based on, outscoring, based on puck movement, like even leaving aside the power play. He's scoring well. He's, fantastic power play quarterback, even at even strength along the blue line. He's very underrated at stopping the puck and saving it and keeping it in the zone. Slides down, scored a nice goal the other night just by gliding into the slot area and scoring a goal. I think he should be a candidate. I think he should be a strong candidate. But if you're asking me honestly, I don't. I just think there's a bias against that player type, and I don't think Bouchard will win a Norris Trophy.
Interesting. Erik Karlsson won 3 of them. So pretty offensive-minded guy. You look at Bouchard, and actually, look, Bouchard had a slow 10 games. In the 50 games since, he leads the NHL in points by a significant margin over everybody else. He's plus 23 in that time. Quinn Hughes is plus 1. So if we're talking offensive and defensively, the first 10 games, no question, they were slow. But the last 50 for Bouchard has been very good. And that bodes well for the Edmonton Oilers. Very well, because if Bouchard's playing up to his potential on a night-to-night basis, the guy's on the ice more than anyone else, your chances of winning increase significantly.
Yeah, and I think Bouchard, should be in the contention for the Norris. I mean, I think you could make a case for him being the favorite, but there's a bias. There just is against the idea of somebody being what we would call a pure puck mover or somewhat one-dimensional. And I get Karlsson, I get McCarr, I get all of that. Bouchard, deserves to be considered for it and maybe even win it. I just, historically speaking, the Norris Trophy is a trophy that usually goes to more of I'll say more complete. That's not fair to Bouchard because he obviously is. The puck is going in a good direction when he's on the ice. He's just a terrific passer. I love his game. I always have. I love players who can pass the puck well, and he is just an expert passer. The Oilers have some great ones. McDavid, Draisaitl, Bouchard, man, they can move that puck.
Oh, yeah. No question. Matthias Janmark is going to be out for an extended period of time, but the Oilers, they can't just call up anybody right away. There's the salary cap you have to worry about and not being an LTIR because some of the young guys, they want to recall Szymanski or Howard. They can't be called up because if they're in LTIR, they're over the LTIR space that Janmark would provide. So they're going to have to kind of get jiggy with it here a little bit over the next few days. And because maybe you can play Kapanen tomorrow. If not, you'll go 11-6 for another game. But then Kapanen should be ready by Tuesday. And then you hope that you can make a move enough to get Szymanski on the roster and then put Janmark on LTIR and use his $1.4 million space somewhere else.
Yeah, that's fair. And, there have been years and recent years where we wouldn't even bother talking about call-ups at this time of year from Bakersfield because there just wasn't anybody of the caliber of Szymanski. So, I'll give credit to Stan Bowman. He really has, Roby Jorvente doesn't get mentioned much, but I watched the games down there in Bakersfield online, and he's been brilliant.
Yep.
Roby Jorvente has really, really been good. They've got players down there, man, and during the Ken Holland era, they really kind of slow played the farm, in my opinion. And Bowman has taken that farm team and he's turned it into something totally different. We have not talked about a guy like Szymanski as a recall this time of year in some time. He's a hell of a hockey player.
Yeah, he is, Al, for sure. Al, who do you think the Oilers will acquire? Or how many? Maybe not who, because that's too narrow-minded. How many trades do you think realistically are done between now and Friday?
I think 2. I do think they'll want like Regula. I don't think I love him as a player because he's big and he can move the puck, but he's not there. He missed a lot of time with injury. I think he might be a player they deal out and get another defenseman. And then I also think that there's. I really like Lazar as the fourth line center, and I like what Henrique is doing. But I think if there's somebody out there who could play center or wing, what with Janmark being hurt, I think they might do that. I don't think they can afford to get a big power winger. That's maybe a bridge too far. I don't think Tuck is going anywhere. He'd be a nice one, but my suspicion is it'll be 2 pieces, interesting pieces, but maybe not somewhere between OEL and Tuck, somewhere in there where they're a little more appropriate for the roster than Ekman Larson, and maybe not quite as asset expensive as Tuck will be.
Yeah, well, I don't think Tuck is getting traded at all. You're the Buffalo Sabres, the second hottest team in the NHL. There is no way you should be trading him, at least in my eyes.
Yep, I agree with that.
Great stuff,
and
buddy.
Good for Buffalo.
Yeah,
yep.
Great for Buffalo, man. I can tell you, if I look at one place, one arena I'd want to be would be in Buffalo for the first playoff game after 15 years.
They deserve it, man. It has been brutal. Columbus and Buffalo, holy Hannibal, that would be a hard, time to be a fan of those teams. Anybody who's hung around that long, give them free tickets to the first playoff game.
Nice. Great stuff, Al. Have yourself an awesome day.
All right, you two boys.
There you go. That's Alan Mitchell, a.k.a. Low Tide. When we come back, the 2-minute warning returns from the hospital on the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Hey, Edmonton, did you know a local Play Alberta winner scored over $500,000 on Mega Jackpots Ocean Bells? Think about the season tickets you could lock down with that kind of cash. From major casino winners every hour to jackpots worth millions and hundreds of popular games to money that stays in the province, there's never been a better time to sign up for Play Alberta. Download the app today to get started with casino, sports, and lottery all in one app. Must be 18 plus to play. When you gamble, use your game sense.
The job isn't done until the last load is hauled, and having a semi-trailer out of commission is not an option. Whether replacing or adding to your convoy, Edmonton Trailer has a huge inventory of new and used semi-trailers, trusted by the gravel, logging, oil field, fluids, and freight industries. Find a trailer right for you online or at one of their 3 locations. For sales, service, parts, rental, and finance, when you're in it for the long haul, Edmonton Trailer.
They're not just a grocery store. They're a butcher, a baker, a cafe, deli, rotisserie pizza, and restaurant, all under one roof. Loca Quality Market does food differently with 2 locations to serve you. Edmonton and Sherwood Park. Visit loca.ca.
Are you looking for an affordable business, group, or team outing this season? Why not catch the excitement of a game with the 5-time Junior Hockey League champions, the Spruce Grove Saints? With extremely affordable group and suite packages available and some of the lowest food and drink prices around, Saints games are the perfect night for your next group event. Get your group in on the action. For more information, visit sgsaints.ca.
Great news for your weekend project. CFI, that's Custom Floors Inc., is now open 6 days a week with Saturday hours from 10 till 2. Get top quality Canadian products from Beaulieu with the convenience you need. For your free estimate, visit CFI at customfloorsinc.ca.
Every lunchtime, hang with Low Tide. Weekdays from noon to 2 on Sports 1440. Low Tide and Declan Kruger gives you the deep dives, sharp analysis, and Edmonton Sports Talk done right. Your game, your station, Sports 1440.
McValue meals are here. Get the McDs you love for $5 plus tax every day with your choice of a McDouble, Junior Chicken, or Chicken Snack Wrap with small fries and small fountain drink. All for just $5 plus taxes. Canadian restaurants. Product availability varies. Prices exclude delivery.
Horse of this hour brought to you by CanTorque, made in Canada, made for Canada, where extreme isn't theoretical. Find your solution at CanTorque.com.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
.543. Welcome back, Jason Gregor, Connor Helly, Wanye Gretz, Declan Kruger running things over at YouTube, Facebook, X, and Instagram. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Give us a thumbs up. We appreciate it. Also hit the subscribe button. That'd be awesome. It's Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca. As it's time now to get to the 2-minute warning. Little reprieve as Tater was dealing with some health stuff, but he's back, ready to roll. Brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling, where the rates never change. No overtime charges. That's how you build a legacy at legacyheating.ca. And Cam Tate, of course, longtime journalist in town. Cam's born with cerebral palsy. He's in a wheelchair. Never let him slow it down. And he's always wanted to be on radio, and his words come to life through technology in the 2-minute warning. And on Fridays, Tater asks me to write his words. So here is the 2-minute warning with Cam Tate, read by yours truly. After a week in Grey Nuns Hospital, I came home last night, but I told the nurses to keep my bed warm. Why? Because I knew my blood pressure would hit the roof Friday afternoon and I might be back. Mark Spector, a journalist and more importantly a friend I've respected since 1986, asked Connor McDavid a tough but fair question this week. The kind of questions real journalists ask. The kind of question that matters. He asked McDavid if he felt disappointed not winning a Stanley Cup so far in his career, and did he think it would be this hard? McDavid, ever the professional, gave a thoughtful 41-second answer. He didn't dodge it. He didn't crumble. He answered. But what does the Twitter mob latch onto? A 3-second sarcastic quote that says, "Nice question. Thank you." But then the pitchforks came out. People who wouldn't know a journalist if it hit them in the face started calling for Spector's suspension. Suspension for what? Doing his job? For asking a question that needed to be asked? This is beyond ridiculous. It's dangerous. These self-righteous keyboard warriors are paving the way for censorship. They're too blind to see it, but that's exactly what they're doing. Demanding a journalist be punished for asking a hard question is a slap in the face to free speech and accountability. Mark Spector didn't do anything wrong. He did his job. And McDavid handled it like a pro. The only people failing here are the Twitter clowns who think they're running the show. You don't get to rewrite the rules of journalism because you're offended. You don't get to silence reporters because you don't like the question. That's not how it works. Get thicker skin. 2-minute warning. Cam Tate, Monday to Friday, sports, 1440. Tater's fired up and can't say that I disagree with anything he said. The people, what happens was because people see the initial one that was clipped and clip, make no mistake. The Jesse Clown who clipped it purposely just to show that did it with the intent, make no mistake. And you know what the intent was? Falsifying the truth of what the actual, because if you see, he's like, oh, hey, thanks, nice question. And away they go into the answer. And that's exactly what it was. And then when you hear the answer, you're like, okay, fine. And more importantly, if people actually would read the question, because most people don't understand. When you're a columnist, you're writing for the quote, you're writing the story. You're not there for on camera. You don't want people like, oh, you do it for the video. No, he's not for the video. The video's not his. It's because the Oilers record every interaction on the scrum, right? That's not what it's meant to be. So people don't understand. So trust me, you'd much rather ask your questions away from the camera because it's not about the question. It's about the answer. So way too many missed the boat on that one for sure. Hey guys, has anyone asked why your Venti still hasn't had a look this far into the season from Northside Lou? Well, for a few reasons, Lou. There wasn't like there's been an empty roster spot all the time, right? They called up because other guys were playing better at the time. Early on, it was Howard. Then when Hudson got recalled, he was the hottest guy in the league. Right now, it would be Szymanski, and Yarventi would probably be the second guy if they needed a winger in his spot. I don't think there'd be much debate on that. Right? Yarventi started the year he was injured. It wasn't even playing in back-to-back games. Then he got into back-to-back games. And then, like a lot of young guys, there was some concern about consistency, which is normal. But that itself has evened out as the season's gone along. And I still said it. Like, I know there's lots of talk about Howard and Hudson this year. But I'll say don't sleep on Yarventi. I think Yarventi's got a real chance here to be an NHLer. And I'll say this. Yarventi might be a guy who's part of a trade package because I think he has some trade value because of his size, because of his age, because of his speed, because of his skills. Those are reasons why. But it's a fair question, but I think a lot of it has to do with timing, and other guys were more deserving at the time of the recall. Plus, he's not a center. So when Szymanski came up and when Clattenburg came up for a very specific style. The way he was playing was something the Oilers, they wanted an add of excitement and energy to the roster. I think it's great the fact that you've had Howard, Hudson, Szymanski, and Clattenburg all called up. Like, when was the last time the Oilers recalled 4 players who all did not look out of place and thinking, oh my God, like this is off. Now, Clattenburg's a very different one because it's a specific style that he plays, right? I think Clattenburg, he'll want to work on, some of his skill development for sure, right? Because we know he's got the motor. We know he's got the willingness. That part, no problem. It's going to be about just, can you get the puck out off the boards, right? Can you read the play? Are you making the right position defensively? Because we know that he can forecheck in the offensive zone. I have no questions about it. It's going to be about him in the other zones. And that's okay. He's a young player. But he works on those things. I think his energy is something that will get him a look in the NHL, no question. So that's kind of where I come out on him. So let's get to Wanye's World, brought to you by Action Electrical. Take action on your savings. If you've been thinking about solar, get off the fence, make a call. ActionElectrical.net. They'll walk you through the process.
19 years ago today, Gregor, do you know what happened?
19 years. Oh, what is today? February 27th. 19 years, that's 2007. Oh, Brian Smith trade?
Yeah.
Is it today?
Today.
All right, okay. I was trying to think, what's something you would ask me 19 years ago? Smitty trade, okay.
So 19 years ago, we were sitting there and Ryan Smith got traded.
Yeah.
There was no Twitter. There was no Facebook. Well, Facebook a little bit.
Yeah, there's some tears.
Yeah,
from Smith and many others.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were there with him, and we were 1 year off the cup run, right? Everything had going to heck in a handcart.
Yeah.
So Jay Downton and I said, you know what? Somebody has to do something. And then we went out, had about 100 beers, and decided it was going to be us that had to do something, and we were going to start up an Oilers blog. And it was because of Smitty getting traded that we made Oilers Nation. So we made the original Oilers Nation, which was bring Ryan home, bring 94 home. And we put that up, and we wrote an article every day complaining that Ryan Smith should be traded back to the Oilers. And that was as far as our plan got. And then somebody asked us, hey, does anyone ever go to that Ryan Smith website? And we're like, oh, that's a really good idea. We didn't know how to look. There wasn't Google Analytics at the time. We weren't using it for was. So we had to go count on the server manually on the screen how many people came. We found out that like 30,000 people had come to the website in like 5 weeks or some crazy amount.
Really?
And we said, we got to do something with this. And that's what led to us making Oilers Nation.
Because originally because the Oilers Nation wasn't the original name of the website.
It was Bring Ryan Home.
Yes.
Bring 94 home. Yeah.
Which, great in theory, but in hindsight, you're like, it's not the best name.
But we didn't think an Oilers
Yes.
website.
Yes.
It made us think of an Oilers website.
Yeah.
We spent all that money to build that website. It was expensive back in those days.
Oh, yeah.
Had no intention of advertising, no intention of making a company out of it. We were just so mad Ryan Smith got traded. Now we would just have tweeted and gotten on with our lives. But in those days, you had to invent the printing press, to invent the newspaper, to write the headline. Oilers fans mad Ryan Smith got traded. So if you're listening out there, bad stuff's happening to you. You can turn anything into anything. When Smitty came home, Oilers Nation was up and running. And we were like, should we turn the site off? What we were mad about's over. Like, no, let's keep going.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You had to.
At that point.
Yeah. You had to, for sure. So.
But that was a long time ago, Ryan Smith. I can feel the rage as he's at the airport crying. It was my Gretzky trade. I was so mad.
Oh, yeah. Every generation has a different player that gets dealt for them that's really painful, right? Like it's frustrating. You don't like it. And I could see that for Ryan Smith because he was, for that previous 10 years, heart and soul of the team, worked really hard, had the mullet, was having a 100-year-old lady. What does she want for her birthday? I want to run my hand through Ryan's hair. And he was good enough to go like things that, then the pronger slap shot in his face and he comes right back from it and, scored a lot of big goals. And, that slap shot goal of his, was it a slap shot against Dallas? Like maybe his second slap shot goal of his life in the playoffs. So yeah, I could see why a lot of people, in Edmonton really gravitated towards Ryan Smith.
And we love you as much today in 2026, Smitty, as we did back then. Ryan Smith's a saint.
Yes. Hey, guys, how's Clattenburg doing? Well, he hasn't played yet. I think he's getting back this weekend, so that should be good for him. He's been out with a broken left hand. He just grabbed the jersey in a fight, twisted, and a broken, kind of like on your ring finger knuckle. That one broke there, so unfortunate. Have yourselves a great weekend, everyone. Please don't drink and drive. Get home safe. Don't be inebriated. Be smart. Enjoy the games, and we will talk to you on Monday. Maybe some trades this weekend. We shall see. Let's get to the Con Man Sports 1440 update brought to you by meals.loca.ca. Tired of cooking? You want healthy, good meals, chef-prepared meals? Stop in person in Sherwood Park or West Edmonton or online, meals.loca.ca. They'll deliver right to your door. Good night.
The Sports 1440 update.
Just 4 games on the ice tonight in the NHL after 20 minutes. Sabres up on the Panthers 1-0. Golden Knights cap scoreless. Later on, Wild taking on the Mammoth and the Ducks host the Jets. The Oilers in action tomorrow taking San Jose. Puck drop 2 o'clock. Pre-game coverage with Andrew Walker here on Sports 1440 starting at 1. In the association, Cavs lead the Pistons 40-35 in the second, and in the first, Celtics up on the Nets 21-15. Later on, Bucks host the Knicks, the Grizz in Dallas, and the Thunder will host the Nuggets at 7:30. In the WHL, Oil Kings on the road tonight, taking on the Rebels. Puck drop 7. Tomorrow they'll host the Hurricanes. In the BCHL, you got Spruce Grove hosting Brooks. Crusaders at home taking on Trail. In the AJ4 games, including Calgary and Devon and Olds hosting Whitecourt. PWHL has Seattle taking on Toronto just after 8. At the Saddle Center this evening, Bears and Pandas volleyball in action. Both teams leading their best of 3, 1-0 over Manitoba. They'll get going tonight at 6. Also, Bears and Pandas wrestling in Thunder Bay for the U Sports Championship, while Pandas tennis in Vancouver taking on UBC in the Western Canadian Championship. That'll do it for us here on the Jason Gregor Show. Coming up next, we've got Fox Sports Radio. Live local coverage resumes tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. with the Saturday Sports Setup, followed by Hoop City with Paul Sir. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
It's Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
It's the iconic Jasper Ave Patty Party. That's on the rocks.
We're turning Jasper Avenue green.
Your 5-day St. Patty's Day party kicks off Friday at OTR.
With live entertainment every day.
Including the Feelin' Lucky burlesque show on Sunday.
Plus pipers, Irish dancers, and doors open at 9 a.m. on the 17th.
We got more green beer than Marco has fancy shirts. And trust me, that's a lot.
Lucky the Leprechaun will be there.
Will you?
It's the iconic Jasper Ave Patty Party. That's on the rocks. Next round's on me. Woohoo!
Mr. Rooter gets a colonoscopy. All right, Mr. Rooter, just relax. We're almost finished.
Now, what am I looking at on the screen?
That's your large intestine.
Wow, the pipes of the human body. Incredible. This is just like when we use a camera for sewer inspection, except you probably don't find tree roots.
You'd be surprised what we find.
You know, once I found a bunch of Hot Wheels.
Hey, me too.
For a plumber who values healthy pipes, call Mr. Rooter.
McValue meals are here. Get the McD's you love for $5 plus tax every day with your choice of a McDouble, Junior Chicken, or Chicken Snack Wrap with small fries and small fountain drink. All for just $5 plus taxes. Canadian restaurants. Product availability varies. Prices exclude delivery.
The longest running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sir introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440.
1 in 3 adults don't get enough sleep. The Brick is here to help with deals on your entire bedroom. Save up to 50% off clearance mattresses, 50% off beds when you buy any 3 matching pieces. Buy one, get one half price on Sealy memory foam pillows, and save $100 off any adjustable power base when you buy a mattress over $9.99. Plus, check out other incredible savings in every department. Some exclusions apply. Check out the Brick at South Common, West Edmonton Mall, North Side, and downtown.
This is the sound of a Toyota Tacoma arriving at the trail with 2 high-performance snowmobiles in tow. And this is the sound of a Tacoma arriving at school with 2 high-energy kids in tow. 2 extremes, 1 Tacoma with a powerful I-Force engine. Now's the time to get yours. It's time to Toyota. Lease a 2026 Tacoma Double Cab SR5 from $115 weekly for 60 months at 6.69% with $6,899 down. Visit shoptoyota.ca or your Prairie Toyota dealer today.
Debt can take over your life. The stress, the constant worry, it can feel like you're drowning. When people come to see me, they're often anxious and feeling hopeless. But when I explain how I can help them get out of debt, those feelings melt away. I'm Parveen Middleton, licensed insolvency trustee at BDO here in Edmonton. I will create a personalized debt relief plan so you can move forward with confidence. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to discover your debt-free future.
A claims program for harmed Canadians has begun as a result of a landmark tobacco settlement. If you smoked regularly before November 20th, 1998, and were diagnosed with lung cancer, throat cancer, emphysema, or COPD, you may qualify for a significant payment. To learn more, call 888-482-5852 or go to tobaccoclaimscanada.ca.
Considering an EV, Subaru is the right choice. Discover their latest electric vehicle innovations, starting with the brand new Solterra, in stock and ready to test drive. Or the Trail Seeker, an EV at its core, a Subaru at heart and built for adventure. Or the Uncharted This Sporty, all-new small compact SUV brings new levels of driving enjoyment to the all-electric space. Right now, Subaru is offering interest rates as low as 0.49%. Welcome to electric. Welcome to Subaru.
This is Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
Bye. So Friday is presented by Play Alberta. They'll deliver